and we'll see where we end up. So, call to order. All right, I use the gavel.
We're official.
No, we're good, right? All right, from there, let's go through the roll call just to double check.
Corey.
Here.
Jacques.
Here.
Ron. Corbett. No. Maria. No. Susan.
Here.
Dan. Todd.
Yep.
Trustee Shaw.
Here.
And I am here, Patrick Hammer. We also have Shannon Weber with us tonight from Design Concepts. We'll be presenting on the Parks 101, item number 5.
I'm bummed not everyone's going to be here for this. It's a fun part.
Yeah, I am too, actually. It's a pretty cool presentation, but
Right.
you know, we'll figure it out.
Well, and we'll just, yeah, it's recorded, right?
Yeah.
So, all right. So agenda, basically, I just wanted to go through the presentation, and then Riverbend Park discussion, PROSTAC amenities list, 5-year trail plan, get started on it. And then I just wanted to touch base on, the project teams, committee park walk was discussed at one of the last ones, and then just an update. So we can get through that in like 2 hours, right?
Absolutely.
All right, any adjustments to the agenda? Anyone have any other things that they feel they wanted to discuss? I'm trying to go off of the approved work plan of what we're covering in the first quarter, and there's a lot of things in the first quarter, but we can touch base on that, but I think we're covering those, so if anyone has any questions of where we're going. So with that,
There's Ron.
oh, well, no matter what, Ron will be coming in, but we'll move to public comment.
Okay.
So you can get started and Ron will get nice and relaxed while you're on your way.
Hey, just in time. Good evening, everybody. I really like that this is so relaxed. Is this on?
I don't know if you have to hit the button.
I believe it's on.
Hello. My name is Kathy Cardy-Mullen. I live at 1250 South Boyero Court. And I love nature like you do, and I appreciate what you do to preserve it and all the things that you're doing in town to make our town more nature-like with parks and all the touches that you do with the trails. So thank you. I'm here to talk a little bit about some fun stories from the Hodgson Harris Reservoir. And it's been a fan of mine for years. And I just realized that there's a lot of people that haven't been out there. And the reason I'm here is because I'm part of a breeding bird study that was conducted by Steve Jones. He's the birder in Boulder County and nationally known. He's written 7 books. He's just like the authority. He's been here several times. He's presented to the board on our findings. And he put together this breeding bird study a few years ago just to kind of let's see what's out at the Hodgson Harris Reservoir. And so I was fortunate enough to be a part of that team. And as a part of it, I feel a responsibility to kind of share all this great stuff that's out there. Because in 2015, you may realize that the town and Boulder County Open Space worked together to restore that dam for that reservoir. That reservoir was built in 1882, so it was really done. It was leaking, so they needed to restore that. And the purpose was to help get water for the farmers downstream, but also to improve the ecology of the water and to kind of let the natural area grow in its sustainability and to let it become more of a nature sanctuary, which it has become. So there's a couple of stories. I want to show you some pictures tonight. These are the avocets, and apparently Steve Jones, when he came out, he said, wow, we have birds at our lake that are migratory birds or birds that come through that don't go in other places in Boulder. And he said he can't figure it out. He said there must be a lot to eat in that lake. And perhaps it was part of because they have to lower the water to, to do the dam restoration. Maybe things grew down underneath. And that's part of the ecological study that was just submitted, was to lower the water every year for part of the time to let the biome replenish itself. So, but these birds here, this is an avocet, American avocet, and I'm going to try to find it on here. Oh, hang on. These are rare. They're considered, in Boulder County, they're a bird of concern. They have been dying out, and they like to nest on the mud flats. And here you see, right in the middle, there's one, and there's another one back up by the edge of the water. That's a mud flat that is uncovered. And I'll have to go back to where we were. What happens is with these birds, hang on, let's see, there it is they have their nest, their eggs in the just the scrub like that. And if the water comes up, then they have to flush out. So what happened in 2006, this was from 2016, and this avocet had a clutch of eggs and babies. But in 2017, what happened was that the water from the county started rising sooner than they were ready for them to rise, to be hatched, and it flooded it out along with a bunch of snow. So there were 4 pair, and Steve Jones said, wow, we had 4 pair of nesting avocets in Boulder County, and they were all at Hoskin Harris Reservoir. Well, they got flushed out, and they didn't come back that year. Fast forward to 2018, they came back, they started the same thing. They set everything up. The mud flats were really nice. They had them all set up. We had 2 pair that came back, and sometime mid-May, the water started rising again, flushed them out, and then we had 2 days of rain. So Mother Nature and man-made circumstances flushed these nice birds out. They left. Meanwhile, we have out in the reeds, if you can see, we have a little bird called a pie-billed grebe. And these guys are really fun. If they're on the western side, and you can see, that's the Harrius there. So I would be standing on the south side, that's the north side. These are all probably trees that grew up from when the dam was drained, and then the water comes up. So they love it because they can just float their nest right there. And this is one of the birds right here by the nest. It's at the western end, at the 88th Street end. So if you look over your shoulder as you're driving by, you can kind of see those sticking up. So that's where the grebes go. Well, the grebes are pretty cool. They're really very resourceful birds. They are very dedicated to their nests. And in 2017, they came in and they laid a clutch of eggs, early May, same time. And as the water rose, if this is their nest, and the water rose, the nest is underwater. They were swimming around up top. They were just so upset. They were there for like 6 or 7 days, and they were just like, they couldn't figure out why they couldn't get to their nest. They were like, whoop, 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 whoop. Real sad. It was so disheartening. Whoop, whoop. I was like, I had to leave. I was just like, oh my God, you know. So they left. About 7 weeks later, towards the end of June, they came back and they built another nest. And let's see if we can find it here. Sorry. There you can see the sticks sticking up. That's where they are. Let's see, Patrick, I'm not sure where they are. That's right now. There it is. They had an egg. So this was end of June 2017. So they had their egg. They were so excited. We were all the observers were excited. And I'm standing there and I'm watching one day and I couldn't believe it. A muskrat swims up, goes up on the nest, and eats the egg. It's like, oh, you gotta be kidding me. So, but that's nature, right? They left. Fast forward to 2018, they came back, they had their nest, they were ready to go, and with the rising water, they got flushed out again. Well, these guys are determined. At the end of June in 2018, so it's just like 6-7 months ago, they came back and they laid some eggs, and they decided they were going to watch this nest. And so one would sit on the nest for like 20 minutes. It would sit, they take turns keeping the eggs warm. So one would sit on the egg nest and the other one would go and exercise and eat. And 20 minutes later, they would switch places. So it was really, really like great shared parenting, back and forth. Well, this gal here, if you notice her beak, she has a white, a big white patch and then a black stripe. That's the breeding plumage that they get. Usually they're just pretty dull, but during breeding, that's what she looks like. And so if you're sitting on the nest, the other one was guarding the nest from the muskrats. So if you're on the nest and about 20 feet away, I'm the one going back and forth. So I'm just swimming back and forth, like, you know, maybe like the length of this, back and forth, just while my partner is on the nest. One day I'm watching and a muskrat comes along. So here's the little soldier of a grebe going back and forth. Here comes the muskrat. This grebe was not going to let the muskrat get through to that nest. So it just kept its time, and then all of a sudden, this was really pretty funny. It went down underneath. It pecked the bottom of the muskrat, and the muskrat took off in the opposite direction. So they had a successful hatch. They had 7 babies. 3 got eaten by predators. There's all kinds of things in that lake. There's big bullfrogs that will eat the baby chicks. There's, other hawks that will come down. There's coyotes, other things. But one day I'm watching, and let's see if we have a picture of it. You can kind of see here, the mama's there. The parent was in the water, and a little chick jumped in. The first chick jumped in, and they're just swimming for about 2 feet, and then all of a sudden, without a sound, without a quack, without anything, they both went down, just like synchronized swimming, and they were down there for about 10 seconds, and then they both popped up at the same time. And so it was teaching it to dive and to eat. And after 2 times of that, the chick went back to rest, and then a couple of days later, there were 2 of them. And the same thing happened. They'd go down, and then they'd pop back up. It was just really just remarkable. It's like watching, National Geographic right there in our own town. So just wanted you to know that that's kind of what's going on out there. And these guys are a lot more resilient than the avocets. I haven't seen them back yet, but they should be coming. And if you go out there now, let's see if I can find them now. Sorry about this. This is what it looks like now with, the ice and all. That's cool because all the birds are flocked in one place. So if you have a scope, you can see them all. But what happened is the water level has stayed high. So this is where all the mud flats were. And so we have asked, the Breeding Bird City has asked the OSAC committee last week if they would make a statement to the board, if the board would support sending a statement to Boulder County Open Space to please monitor the water levels during breeding season. If you can coordinate it at all with the farmers, there's a way to coordinate it so that it has to be drained down for the biome, apparently, from the engineers and from the naturalist reports. Do it during breeding season so that it can be, symbiotic. So hopefully, if you see something like that, you'll think about that and maybe support that as well. But meanwhile, I'm here to also invite you to a tour. Saddlebrook has the best viewing and is private. So the breeding bird people have gotten permission to have a couple of tours out there on March 16th and also April 6th. And also I have some security courtesy clearance to go out there and keep track of things. So I'm going to send you a private invitation to come, and if you would like to come, that would be great. We're going to have some spotting scopes. We'll have some other people there that know birds, that can point things out to you. You never know what you're going to see. We invite you and your families. Bring your kids. They love things like that. Plus, it would be a Saturday morning. So, and it's going to be a first come, first served type of thing. We have 25 spots on each day, and if it opens up, what we'll do is we'll open it up to the public. But I know that you guys, all the committees, can't have more than 2 people, I think, in a public place at a time or something.
No, we're going to publicly post it. So as long as it's publicly posted, whoever would like to be there can be there.
Okay, well, and also we're going to have stations, so you can, like last year, we had some board members come. There were 4 of them, so what they did was they just split up. So some went one direction, some went in the other, and so that'd be great.
So just as a quick overall recap of that, I mean, really, from a habitat and environment concern, you're more concerned about the water release and the water levels at times and whether or not that can be controlled, because that is a release of water into and out of that
Yes,
reservoir.
right.
So that's really the
To manage
monitoring
it.
of that, managing it with the
Boulder
breeding
County,
times and
Boulder County Open Space.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that's really the
And
main
Susan
concern?
Spalding and Audrey
Right.
Butler.
Okay.
Yeah. And those, well,
And,
those are the times that I'm aware of. I'm not the expert here.
right.
I'm just telling you what I've
But
observed.
is there a way to monitor it and release water appropriately for the breeding and just the right times of
Right,
year?
and Susan's aware of that,
Okay.
but it just helps to have a little muscle by the committees to just say, you know, we're in favor of this, rather
Okay.
than it just being like, well, oh, I'm here, that's my job, I'll put the water in now, you know, rather than just
Right.
making people aware. So it's a voice for nature.
And then I guess the next thing is, I mean, it's great that you're organizing a tour and a viewing. I know one of the other things on our list and down the line in trails is that there's always a discussion of a HHR viewing area
Yeah.
off of 88. Is it Shamrock? Is that the name of it? Yeah.
Right.
So, I mean, and I guess from your vantage of being out there and looking around the park and the reservoir, do you feel that's a good spot for a viewing area? Is it, you know?
That's
and
why you have to come out. The closer you get, the better it
I know
is.
the closer you get, but there's restrictions on how close we can get. So
Right.
that would be a potential location that somebody could have a picnic table and a shelter or something to view and use a binocular or something like that to see. But you can't get to, as you stated, it's a private,
No.
right up against it. So,
It'd be nice if whoever develops Zaharias, if that happens, if there is a buffer, if we can kind of coordinate maybe some
Right.
type of a viewing area off of that, but that's like all,
Okay.
you know, I don't know,
Julie,
just a possibility. But thank you for the picnic table, because that's what Patrick was able to arrange at that spot, and that's used all the time, and that's where we'll meet for these tours, at that
Okay.
picnic table. So,
Perfect.
thank you. Any
All right.
questions? And these pictures, by the way, were taken by Dick Marin and Jerome Michelet, both people that live out there.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Anything?
And you never know what you're going to see. It's different every time. It's great.
All right,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Questions? Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
So with that, are we rolling into Shannon?
Map?
You're up.
You're
All
up.
right.
Get you in unless you wanted to wait until the very end.
Consultant's favorite thing to do.
Put you on the agenda last.
There's a big cell. So, all right, so just kind of quick background. About 4 or 5 months ago, Corey and I had a conversation about how to best prepare the advisory committee for the Riverbend Park public engagement discussion, knowing that we were going to have really kind of strong feelings on both sides. And that kind of led to this idea of doing like a Parks Design 101. And a lot of that stems from we tend to come up with really, really great ideas that are sometimes not realistic for the place that we're talking about. We ran into that a little bit at Founders, we ran into that at Wildflower. So this idea of setting realistic expectations early and often, knowing that this Riverbend site had some constraints. So chatted with Shannon, who was involved with Founders Park and Wildflower Park, and asked that she kind of put together a 101, if you will. That way, as a committee, when we do get into the public engagement, we're all on the same page. We've all got the same information that we could share with the public, and we've got this kind of unified front. So that's just a little bit of the background.
Great, thank you. Okay, like Patrick said, I put together this slide presentation. I haven't been able to sleep, that's not my goal. But like he mentioned, I thought I'd use two parks you guys are really familiar with, which is Founders Park and Wildflower Park. So we were the landscape architect firm who put those two designs together and saw them through installation. So those are the two examples I'm going to show you guys tonight. More Founders, because I have a lot more documentation, but we can have Wildflower a little bit too. So anyway, so there's a lot of different processes that different firms use, but we've been doing this for almost 40 years. And we found it to be pretty successful. And we've tweaked it here and there through the years. But I'm going to show you the real basic process that we use. There's a lot of different variables that can come into it. Like Patrick mentioned, there's some things that you learn as you go through the process that are realistic, not realistic, can it really work, can we afford it, is it safe, all those sorts of things we take into account. Anyway, so we're going to move forward.
Before you dive in, I want to just throw out one more thing. So
Sure.
I think it's good to talk to Riverbend, but also just in general, because we do have a lot of aging parks, and whether or not that equipment gets replaced or renovated or ADA accessibility because of, it's the P-Rock or the crusher fines and all that.
The
good
safety
stuff,
servicing,
Yeah. So I just from overall bigger picture, I think it's good to give example and case study of this, but also we'll potentially, in our thoughts, should really think about how this applies to all the parks in town. And if we do replace any equipment, if new equipment goes in that's the same, or if it's different, or what kind of options we have there, because I think that's the bigger picture that we're going to have to get into here in the near future with some replacement.
So feel free to interrupt me and ask any questions along the way. I know you did. But as I start to show you things.
As you can tell, I'm not very bashful.
No, it's totally cool. Just let me know if you have any questions, if in case I don't hit on that. Okay. All right. So this is how we go through the process. I put together a flow chart. It's our design process. It's very, very simple. It gets more complex than this, but basically we have approximately 7 steps, I'm like counting, 7 steps that we take. We start off with a project kickoff or a startup where we sit down and get all the information we can possibly get. We run into next our site inventory and analysis, actually going out to the site and taking a look at what's there and doing a quick inventory and analysis and finding out if there's any information we need to gather, like a geotech report, structural engineering, a topo survey, topography survey, that sort of thing. We always do public outreach and participation, so really that's reaching out to the public and getting their input, and we have lots of different ways I'll show you that we do that. From there, we go into the final master plan, and really there's 2 steps before that final master plan. There's the conceptual designs, and then there's a preliminary master plan, and then from there we have a final master plan. So there's a lot of different steps, and the reason we do that is because we like to touch base with you guys and the client at each step to make sure we're going on the right track, that we're not getting off track, that everybody agrees with each step before we move on to the next. So that's the whole intent. From there, it gets into construction documents. We have a series called Design Development, which details everything that we talked about in the master plan. It goes into construction documents, and then at the very end, we are a big part of construction observation. So we're out on the site when the project is being built. So with that, I'm going to show you some photos from Founders for each one of these steps, okay? So in a little bit, we have this diagram that we put together. We like to, it's kind of a visual where, again, let me see if I can use this cursor. Yes. So it's really about understanding the project. We go through that design. That's the conceptual designs that I was talking about. We go back to the client at each one of those steps, and we get a review, the client and the public, not just the client always. And then from there, we like to refine it and get it to where we need to be. So it's always kind of this circular, I'm trying to go in a circle here, this circular pattern that we like to do. And many times it's going back through a year a couple of times. So it's not just a one-time thing. So this is Founders Park. You're going to see a lot of the titles on these pages are called Town 9. That's before it was called Founders Park. But really, this is that project startup. So sitting down with the town of Superior and saying, okay, this is a site. In this case, it was the renovation of an existing park. It's pretty minimal in terms of what it was. But, there was a small playground right here, there was a restroom right here, this play field was over here. We had the loop walk that went all the way around the site. And of course, then the field out here. So that's really, it was pretty simple, quite honestly. And it's also not even looking at the site, but it's also looking at what was going to be developed down here. How are we going to make connections from a pedestrian standpoint across the road? How are we going to make safe pedestrian crossover to the commercial side of things? What are the views to the west? What sorts of things all the way around this park? And those are all the things that we take a look at. And really that dives right into what we call a site inventory and analysis. So all those things that I just mentioned, we take a look at. In this particular case, there was an existing play piece here with EWF, engineered wood fiber, was the play surfacing, but it was also a challenge because it's set at the top of the hill, and every time the wind blew, it blew down the hill. So that was a big challenge for the town to keep maintained. But we also knew that we needed to keep this piece, and we needed to work with this piece. We didn't want to tear it out and replace it because it's relatively new and in great shape. So it was a part of what we had to consider in our design, is we already had this play piece in here, but the ultimate goal, where's my cursor? There it is. The ultimate goal was to expand upon the play area at Founders. The field to the east, like I described up above or in the previous slide, and there was an existing restroom here that we had to take into account too. So just some ideas of what we saw when we were out there. So that's site inventory and analysis. With this, we did what we call public outreach, or reach out to the public and get their input on what they want to see have happen in the park. And even though these aren't examples of actually the public process for Founders, these are some good examples of what we've done in some of our other park projects. So the one to the left, there's lots of different tools we use. The biggest tool that we're finding is really nice is to go out to the public instead of having the public come into a meeting. We're finding that that's much more successful than, you know, setting up a meeting. I think a lot of people feel like it's formal and it's a little too tight or stiff, if you want to call it that. So we like to go out to the meeting. In this case, we did Erie Farmers Market. We reached out, set up a booth at their farmers market. We also like to include all generations, the young as well as the old. Here's Estes Park. We did their farmers market where we set up some boards, and really this is the site. Getting their input, stop by, give us their input. They left a lot of stickies, they voted, gave us lots of opinions, so we like to set up a booth doing that. And then lots of times, we've done this before here in Superior too, we do what we call charrettes, design charrettes. So it's sitting, you know, we have a meeting where people come in, we break them up into groups of 3 or 4s, we give them templates of different park amenities, and they sit down as a group and work out what they want in the park with those templates. And then they, we call it reporting out. They basically, at the end, everybody stands up and explains why they designed what they designed. And we found that to be really successful as well. So there's a couple of different ways that way that we like to reach out to the public.
So when you reach out to the public, do you start blank page, or you have a concept already there? And then
No, so we don't typically like to go to the public and say, okay, we've already thought about this and this is already.
you like to say, here's the existing condition, what
We
would you like
want
to
to
see?
hear from the public first, because we don't want them to come to the meeting saying, well, it's already been designed. They've already got it all figured out. Why do we need to be here? So it really kind of depends too, and I'll be honest with you, different clients like different things. Like there may be already a lot of public process that occurred before we come on board, and they already know basically what they want to see in the park. So it's a matter of then we take it, we put a concept together, and then we'll do an open house and gather it that way. Lots of different ways. Here's a couple of other ways. We have recently been doing a lot of public outreach via social media, online surveys. Here's the cursor. This is an example for a park we did in Aurora. I've done it for CPW. We did it for the town of Erie. Again, it's setting up a survey. They go online and fill out the survey and give us their input that way. Everybody's got busy lives. You know, a lot of people have children. It's hard to make it to the meetings. Some people are just more comfortable doing it that way too. So that's an option that we've become really familiar with. And this is back to Erie Community Park, or I'm sorry, Erie's Farmers Market, where our booth was set up, and we got that younger generation to participate. Another way is if we come to a meeting, we will set up the boards and different concepts, and you can see where people make comments. We oftentimes will ask them to vote on different things, so they have different dots, and we'll ask them, you know, which one do you like the best, and they'll vote. So there's different ways that we gather input, and it's not just a meeting with a presentation and raise your hand and you know, voice your opinion. That's not a bad thing, don't get me wrong, but we've gotten really creative of how we can get out there and really get some solid input from everybody. So that's our public outreach and participation. The one thing to keep in mind when we go through all of this is that we do it the first time, but typically we'll come back a second time, and we'll come back a third time. Because we want to make sure everybody has buy-in to the park or whatever project we're working on, and that there's as close to a consensus as we can get. We always want to make sure everybody has the opportunity to give their input. That way it never comes back that we didn't give them the opportunity to give their input through a project. So it's really important to come back a couple of times in different formats and make sure we're covering our bases.
So and I wanted to add to that, a conversation that Shannon and I had a couple weeks ago is the way that we've got this budget set up now is there's $50K this year for some kind of public process. We've heard from both sides at the staff level that this thing's already a done deal. So there's been a little bit of us asking Shannon how we can kind of get to that starting point of saying, maybe learning some lessons from the community center process and saying, we've heard from a handful of residents who say, no, no, and heck no, is this ever going to happen if I live here? And we hear from residents who are saying, this is a done deal, of course it's going to happen. So allowing a process that gives both people the right to come out and express their opinion, I think is going to be important. And we also know from the community center process that the online component of it was helpful, but people were wishing it was a little bit more refined, because we do continue to hear that people aren't comfortable coming to public meetings in this boardroom because there's sometimes an aggressive nature for the people who are against projects that will outweigh. So as you guys are listening to this, let's think about that, because we do need this jumping off point to give everybody an opportunity in a space that they're comfortable to express their opinions on what this project could be or couldn't be.
And on the agenda, I guess I was saying that the presentation is really understanding your process and how it's working. And number 6 would be really how do we apply it to the Riverbend. And, you know, I'd put like planned concepts or where do we go with some of this? You know, when do we have that engagement? And like you said, if it's 3 rounds, the first round might be a blank sheet. The second round might be, here's the specific areas we're targeting and some of the pieces we're targeting.
Right.
And then that may have a positive or negative, and then another round and another round, understand?
Yeah,
like 3?
absolutely. Yeah, typically it's 3. That's usually what I plan on. If it turns into being more, you can ask Patrick, we've had more before or in Founders. So,
is there ever any special things you do for people that are directly adjacent to the parks, different than general population, or everyone is the same in terms of input?
we try, I mean, the way we've done it is try to keep everybody pretty much equal, you know, in terms of that. And we know typically when somebody comes in, they'll let us know where they're across from the park.
Drop flyers.
So I was going to say, to add to that, PROSTAC in the town, separate from the work that we had the consultants do on both Founders Park and Wildflower, as a group, PROSTAC chose to go door to door. And we had, if I remember, Ron, you can correct me, we had kind of a form template of some standardized questions.
Yeah, for the local neighborhood. Directed at the local.
Yeah,
Right.
500, I can't remember if we did the actual 500-foot perimeter. I remember with Founders, we actually went and canvassed the entire 118 or so homes in original
was
town.
The primary purpose of that, if I remember correctly, was to get people to come to the shred meetings. We had 2 shreds or something like that. So people would have input as to what was going on there, so you had answer you.
And
the focus is always on, as much as we treat the whole town about, the focus is definitely on the people it's going to affect.
Right.
yeah.
It has to be.
And it was a good balance. We kind of relied on the consultants to do kind of the big, broad overview in this kind of format. And then I would say, at least from my experience, the committee kind of took it that next step to say, we'll be available by phone. We could potentially kind of walk and do some surveying. I remember we did the flyer boxes where we asked people to kind of grab info. So I think that all those are options that probably be applicable for this project, given the proximity of homes.
Yeah.
So really, you're talking potentially an online survey that runs at the same time as potentially putting flyers on the neighborhood to make sure that you're covering the people adjacent to the property, and then having an open house or a booth or something.
We might do a charrette,
Like a charrette of some sort,
or we
yeah.
may do, Patrick was asking me, how would we approach this for Riverbend? I said, maybe in this particular case, we often will do this. We'll put together what we call image boards, and I'll show you some photos when we get there. It's a great way to start to show people that many people have just one vision, right? And so it's a great way to show them different ideas that you can do in this particular situation. And the input that I get from you guys and I get from Patrick in terms of what he's heard so far and what are some ideas that we can think about. So we'll put together image boards, and often that's a great gentle start, if I can put it that way, to get people to come in and just think, hey, that's some ideas, that's a great idea. We may even do a voting process, a little bit of what we're showing right down here at the end, in the corner. That's stuff we can work out. It's all a little bit tailored to the project, to be honest with you, and the clientele. So we can work through it. So from there, like I mentioned before, we go into what we start working towards that final master plan. And before we do that, we put together some conceptual designs. For founders, we had 3 different designs. And it seems like there's not really a whole lot of difference between especially the second and the third one, but there are some subtle differences that we really took a look at. But it's really bringing all of these ideas to the table and going over it with staff and making sure we're on the right path. Also, there's usually a budget involved. So we got to make sure that we're thinking about the budget, that we're not going to promise or even show the public something that we can't even afford, right? We don't want to go down that path. So a lot of this is done directly with the client, typically in the beginning. So in Founders, we did 3 different concepts. And from there, we put together, so this is typically what the image boards I was telling you about. For Founders, after we did the concept plans and we got buy-in to the direction, or given direction on where to go, we started looking at, okay, what is the theme we really want to carry forward? And that starts to build, I call it a design engine is what I call it. It's a way for us to start thinking about, okay, how can we pull all these really cool ideas to one park and one area and make it unique? And that's exactly what we intended to do. So in particular for Founders, we were looking at the history and the mining history and really starting to think about how can that theme carry over to the design of the park. So again, back to these are examples of all the different image boards that we put together and we presented at the public meeting. And there's a couple of different ones. So we hit on things like the shelter. What is the architecture of the shelter? This is Louisville over here, the community park over there. So that's a depot. That picked up on the depot architecture. Is that something that we want to carry over into the mining theme? Play structures. This is simply a climbing feature, but it's picking up on the mines. Bouldering. This park really, what we heard the most of is they wanted to be multi-generational. They didn't want it to just be a park for little kids. They wanted to think about the teens. They wanted to think about the tweens. They wanted to think about the older generation. So what are some things that we can think about putting in this park that works for all different generations? And keep it interesting. There's my cursor. We even put together a little SketchUp model. Sometimes we'll do that, picking up on that mining theme, how that all worked. Does that become a climbing structure? Is that a slide? So some of those images we started to pull together. And then also just looking at play, a lot of things we heard. I bet the number one thing we heard on play was swings. Please give us swings. So we looked at different ways of bringing swings into the park. Also, again, looking at the younger age as well as the older age and the different social aspects the swings can bring. Expanding upon the play structure that's there. We knew we had to keep that play structure. So how can the rest of the play equipment tie into what's already up there? So the one that's up there on the hill doesn't look like it's out of place, right? So is it colors, is it structure? Is it just a layout design? And is it multi-generational for all different ages? So looking at design of the play. And then park amenities. Okay, back to a little bit of what I was talking about with those teens and tweens. You guys know the slack lines that are out there, right? The slack line poles, if you're familiar with it. This is kind of an idea that we brought into pretty inexpensive. I think it's the first, I know it's the first park I've ever put slack line poles in. And you know how many parks I've put them in since? I'd say probably like a handful. Really popular. You know, it's a really inexpensive thing to do. Gardens was a big thing that we heard from a lot of people on this park, community gardens, and how do we want to incorporate that. The trail system, we know there's the loop trail that goes around the park, but what else can we do to add to that? And then of course fitness, that was a big piece of this one too. Some fitness stations, how does that integrate into the design? Do people use them very often? What are the most popular pieces to use? All those sorts of things. So then from there, we put together what we call a preliminary master plan. So this is the design after the concepts. You saw there was 3, and typically it's, I like this, I like this, I like this, and this, and this. Can you combine it all into one? And that's what the preliminary master plan ends up being. So you can see a lot of the things that I just talked about were incorporated into this design. We have, there's the existing play piece right now, the existing restroom right now. But we started looking at how to expand that play area, and we had a huge grade change out there. So looking at how different things can tear us down and make it safe. We added a basketball court, another shelter. This area over here, it shows slackline posts, but that evolves, and I'll show you in a little bit later what that evolves into, why. And then also this little league field. We put in a backstop. And I don't think that went in there or that went in there. Is that our teen area, Patrick? I can't remember. I should read that. Placemaker for teen activity was up there at that time. The gardens that I was talking about was kind of looked at down in this area. And then the whole historical part of Town 9, or Founders Park, if you guys are familiar with the kite trail or the kite route, the historical mining routes that they used to take, it was named after a kite because it picks up on the kite form. That's something that we pulled from the history. So that's really what this trail system is. It picks up on that whole kite route that they used to get to the mines. So the historical piece of it was really brought into this park as well. I know a lot of people probably don't know that because you don't see it from plan view, but that was the intention. So preliminary master plan, that's where that went. And we did some sketches to show the public and our client what are some of our ideas, bringing in the boulders, the climbing structures, how would the play pits look in comparison to what's up there now. And then we did our final master plan. So again, it's going back and doing that presentation to the public and getting their input, finding out from Patrick and Martin what they want to see happen and how we can make sure this works with everything that they've heard. And you can see it's changed, right? It changed a little bit in here. Here's that existing play area, but things now became a little bit more spread out and separated. It's not as big as what we had designed in the preliminary master plan. It had to be scaled back because of budget. But I'm always losing my cursor here. Where did it go? Oh, there it is. But we still kept the kite trail, I'll call it, through here. We had horseshoe pits. The gardens are still just kind of a placeholder. It was decided not to actually put those in at this point in time. And that teen area I was telling you about up here moved to down here. So again, at this stage, even that final master plan, we didn't know for sure what was going to go into that teen area. That actually came about in our construction documents stage. So that was an ongoing thing in terms of what that's going to incorporate, what that's going to include. So anyway, and then all those images that I just showed you, a lot of them are picked up here at the bottom. We put together this final document so that the town had something to advertise and show and market to the general public, and everybody understood where we were going. So that's the final master plan. From there, you can't see it, you don't have to see it, but we do a lot of cost estimating through all these stages. We usually do it right after conceptual design so that the client knows about what the numbers are coming at. That's like I said, things get revised and changed, and oh my God, yeah, we can't do $2 million park here. Our budget is about $800,000. What can you do for us? So we do it at conceptual, we'll do it at preliminary, and then we do a final one at master plan. And we actually do one again before it goes into construction documents because it goes out to bid. And we want to make sure we're as close as we can be to numbers. So cost estimating is a big part of what we do. So because of that, the master plan is phased back, but what actually got built, we call phase 1. So that is a result of cost estimating and seeing where it comes in with the budget and making sure we can all work together with it, what really can go out to bid. So what you see that's really bright is what actually was built. And so you can see that kite. So that's probably why you guys don't, I'm sure you don't, get where that's coming from, because this is really what was built, that trail. But really that whole kite system is back in here, and that was meant to go in at a later phase. So.
And some of that we worked in, so to kind of add to that is then we came up with an in-house plan to add the plant material back in. We worked with Boulder County Youth Corps to bring in certain legs of the kite route. We added some fencing and some plant material over by the basketball court, kind of after the fact.
Yeah. So again, we will do graphics to help with the presentation, help people visualize things. We'll do sections, elevations, perspectives, whatever we can do. And the really cool thing that we've started doing just a couple of years ago is we have a certified drone flyer in our office. So we found that to be really nice that we can fly over the property. And we can do some of our design actually with the drone image and be able to show that to the general public. It's so much easier for them to visualize what we're proposing. So back to this little thing again, it's all about understanding the site, collaboration, your public process, making sure everybody's on board, ownership into the project, a lot of reviewing, a lot of refining, and then of course the grand opening. So it gives you an idea of that. From there we go into construction documents, and I'm not going to go into all the nitty gritty. It's very technical, very engineering drawings, but that's what the contractor uses to bid on the project and then build a project. So we're all licensed landscape architects, and we've been doing it for a long time, know what we're doing, but we work out all the details, all the layout, all the dimensioning, all the grading, irrigation design, plant design, we do it all. So those are some examples of, there it is in CD form, black and whites, a blow up of that whole play area, and then some of the details that was in the drawings. A lot of the sandblasting that you guys see out in the park right now is in our designs. And then the last thing is construction observation, and I didn't have any of founders, but I do have some of Wildflower. But we are out there when they go to install things to make sure it goes in per our drawings and per our plans. In this case, the restroom was brought in, the slide out of Wildflower. This is actually over in Erie, but we're there on the site, and we like to do it on a bi-weekly basis and just keep on top of the contractor, make sure they're submitting the drawings, different samples of what they're doing. We just make sure they're staying on track. So here's some images of founders. You guys probably all know them really well, but I just thought I'd throw them up here. Picking up again on the history. This is a big part of the history of founders and some of the different things that we do. This is along that kite trail. That actually is you probably can't see it from where you guys are at, but it's actually the miles that were used at that point in time back in history from one spot to the next, their wayfinding. The Little League field, and I forget, Patrick, the name, I should Kovner. Yeah, that's what it is. The Little League field and picking up on just some of the detailing. This is the things that we really get into. That's that design engine I was telling you about before, that we pick up on a theme and we like to run with it, do some really fun and creative things. So I don't know if anybody's ever noticed before, but we have these details up on the backstop to pick up on the mining heritage and some of the things about Superior. Here's the outdoor classroom with the shelter, and picking up on some of the mining architecture. Industrial mine is put in here. So all those are details that we put together for this park. The play area, picking up again on the agricultural heritage, and the play area, and that is EWF, engineered with fiber, if that helps any. And that is considered ADA accessible. Pea gravel is not considered ADA accessible. I don't think, Patrick, any of your parks do they still have pea gravel? Community does, doesn't it?
Community does in some of the pockets.
Yeah. So it's our goal always to, if we can afford it, it's expensive, no doubt about it, to change that material out. And then what I know what the town really wanted to do was pour in place surfacing, and that's the spongy surfacing, because it's permanent. It's not going to blow away, but it's expensive. It's about $22 a square foot. So you got to be really picky about where you're going to put that, make sure it works. But I'm sure your goal is to replace all that EWF. I know it is. So again, looking at some of these play pieces, we have the boulders in here, and the rope climbing I was showing you before. We did a tractor that picks up on the mining theme. We have, so this is that existing play piece. We had another play area over here with the swings, or actually I think it's a composite that we tried to mimic some of the things that are happening over here, picking up on some of those colors, making it its own, but picking up so that it all looks like it's all coming together as one piece and not just an afterthought. So that's a lot of what we do when we work with existing parks and do renovations of those. The wavy walk around the play area, those are the slackline poles I was telling you about that you guys I'm sure have seen, which I understand there's a camp out there every year. I understand.
Yeah.
And then the teen area I was telling you about, this went through a lot of discussion, a lot of back and forth, but what we ended up doing, you can see it, we have a table, tennis table back here in the background, a climbing feature here, and then we tried to pick equipment that we thought might be the most relevant to that age group down here. So it's kind of off to the side, but that's how we tackled that tween component. And then fitness. So again, sandblasting, that's the existing walk that's out there, but we sandblasted and figured out how long it took to get around, what the distance was to get around the park, and included that as well in the basketball court.
Shannon, before we kind of switch gears to like a net new like space, could you talk a little bit about some of those like space realities of being cognizant of like the size you need for a swing?
Absolutely.
And
yeah.
the kind of fall zones areas.
Safety zones, yeah.
I think everybody's fairly familiar with some of the constraints we've already talked about with Riverbend. Shannon and I have been out there a couple of times. But I do think, you know, one of the things that, at least from staff, we hear all the time is, well, just pull it out and put a swing in there.
Yeah.
Or let's just scrap that and put a slide in there. So if you wouldn't mind sharing just a little bit of what those parameters are, and then even maybe expand a little bit on what you guys look for with ADA and the safety aspects.
Absolutely.
That become those kind of constraints or realities of building.
Absolutely. So like in this one, like I mentioned to you guys before, we had 3 different play areas. We worked with what was existing, and we did a very thorough inventory of that to see what was there. But we also, so when we do a play area, we really try and think about the different age groups. And typically, your tots like to be in one play area by themselves. And then you have the older kids who are in another play area by themselves. You can mix, that's okay. But it tends to be that the tots like to, they're more comfortable in a play area around their own age group. It's also picking out equipment that's more appropriate for their age group too. So like in this particular case, I believe, Patrick, refresh my memory, but I think these are all tot swings, aren't they here? Yeah. So this is a really good example of where we tried to look at making sure we thought about the younger age in this play area. So there's things like a spring rider and the little, I think it's a bulldozer is what it is back here, the tot swings. And this guy, I forget the name of her off the top of my head, but it actually works for all age groups. I've even seen adults on it. But, and then the climbing area too, you know, these come in all different sizes and all different abilities. So really thinking about that age group and what we're going to incorporate in that play area. What Patrick was alluding to is whenever you put a piece of equipment into a play area, the manufacturers and the safety administration, they really look at this, it's called a safety zone. So it's kind of this invisible outline around a piece of equipment that you cannot overlap the zones. So, and that's just if a child falls off, it doesn't bump its head on the post of the swing set. or it doesn't fly off a slide and goes flying and hits the curb wall. And this is a curb wall back here. This is what contains the play area. So there's a certain distance we have to be away from all of that from a design standpoint, and then we got to make sure those safety zones don't ever overlap. So if you're ever at a play area and you see these major gaps, this is confusing. It's like Patrick said, they're like, can't you just go add a teeter-totter out there? You know, that seems like you have a lot of space to do that right there. Get my cursor. Right through here, like it's a big void, but we can't. That's where the zones are meeting each other. We pull them as tight as we can into a play area, so they're all meeting, but we can't overlap those play zones, if that makes sense. So that comes, and you don't see that. That's something on our drawings. That's something the contractor knows when he installs it. All those regulations we have to follow when we put together play areas. And the composite, when it's one big piece, it's called a composite or a play apparatus. Oh, there we go. Is up here at the top. And I think that's a, did we have a T-swing in that one, if I remember? Or am I thinking of a different project? Anyway. But anyway, we just look at that again. We have to make sure that we have that safety zone all the way around the equipment. And the curb wall, the sidewalks, nothing can be in that safety zone. So that's something we have to do in our play areas. There's always drainage at the bottom of the play areas. We gotta make sure the water gets out of those because we build our playgrounds almost like a pit because we don't want any tripping hazards. So a lot of times you'll go to a playground and the playground sits above grade, right? And you have to step over a curb to get to that. That's just a tripping hazard that we try and avoid. So a lot of times, and all times I'll say, our play pits, they come out and they drop. And so when you do that, you're creating kind of a bathtub. So you gotta make sure that the drainage system underneath of there gets all that water out of the play pit and drains it off site. So that's another thing we take a look at. And then like Patrick was saying before, we gotta look at ADA accessibility and everything that we do. So EWF, engineered wood fiber, which is what this is right here, that's the wood chip stuff that you see, is considered handicap accessible. It is supposed to be able, a child is supposed to be able to wheel a wheelchair across that. I will honestly tell you, I've never seen that occur. But pea gravel is not ADA accessible at all. Absolutely is not. And then there, of course, there's pour in place surfacing like I was describing before. And I think you guys have that at community park. Patrick,
We have
right?
parts of, parts of it are
Parts of it.
Yep.
So if you guys have ever been out there, those are the surfacings. Now, we always, and I don't have a photo here, we always have to have a ramp, an ADA ramp that gets you from the curb wall down into the play pit. Whether it is pea gravel, whether it is EWF, the only exception to that is if we have pour in place, which comes right up flush to the edge of the curb. So because you can roll your wheelchair right off the sidewalk into the play area. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So those are some ADA accessible things that we have to look at.
It's like South Pool.
South Pool, yeah.
Pool is the best.
And so a couple other things, Jen, if you wouldn't mind kind of touching on it, is I know you and I had several conversations, I think, on this project about, to get that slope for the appropriateness of your ramp, you sometimes have to go down
Yes.
2+ feet.
Yes.
And I know one of the things you had to educate us on was the fact that a lot of your cost starts to become what you actually don't see on the park.
Right.
And then also, if you wouldn't mind just sharing a little bit of how things like soil and soil conditions, because I know
Affect all that.
on Wildflower,
Yeah.
I think some of you that were a part of that, I can't remember, it might have been the zip line. I mean, our kind of piers or our caissons, I mean,
It's actually your slackline posts.
were massive, huge footings of concrete and then what ended up happening is, as you're juggling the budget and you're finding these conditions out in the field, we were having to make these kind of decisions of, these are non-negotiables. You can't put play features in that aren't securely anchored to the ground. And we're not going to compromise on ADA. And before you know it, you're starting to have to make decisions about amenities to pull out. Would you just kind of share a little bit of that? Because this was a good project for that. Because this was 2 feet deep.
It was.
Right?
Yeah, so the big thing here, like I was describing before, we have grade change out there, right? So this existing play area is up on a hill, but we had to make sure we could get children or adults all the way down to the play areas and make sure it was ADA accessible. So everything, so we had to think about the walk, and I don't know, I'm trying to think, let me see if my plans can show it to you guys better. So see it right here? So this is a really good example. This is that play area. So this is existing, and this is the other play pit, I'll call it. And here's that other play pit that was in the foreground of the other picture. We had to make sure that we could get ADA accessibility all the way down to these areas. So that was a challenge because we had a grade change that was relatively steep and so close to the existing play area that we had to really, it affected design, to be honest with you. We had to think about our play pits and the way they were going to be formed and shaped based on ADA accessibility. So you think you have that all figured out when you're doing your conceptual designs, and more or less you do. But when you get into these technical drawings and you got to really make sure you're meeting all of that, then it changes things a little bit and tweaks things a little bit. And that's why we come back. You know, even through CDs, we came back at 50% CDs, 90% CDs, and bid set. Before we went out to bid, we were coming back to these guys and saying, okay, this is what it's looking like. Are you still good with it? This is the change we had to make, just so you know we're running into this challenge. These are the revisions we had to do. So all of that is a part of design. And with that, I think you can see, where's my cursor? You can see a handicap ramp right here. And I'm sure we have one. Here it is right there. So you can see we're coming off of that walk, but I know for ADA accessibility, we had to bring them all the way around here. It was too steep to have somebody come from here all the way down, or to take this walk and come all the way down. We had to make sure, so you always have to provide a route to get down to those areas that are ADA accessible. So that's, let me get back over to this photo again. So you can see where Patrick's talking about the grade change. See this curb wall right here? That's about 18 inches, and that's the max that we like to go. And that's why the EWF, and that's something we came back to these guys and said, the way the grading's working out right now, we have quite a drop right here. Well, anytime you get over 30 inches, you got to put a railing on something. We don't want to put a railing around a play area if we can help it. So we had to do a lot of back and forth with our grading. And you can see, this is the wavy walk. See how the EWF is much closer. That freeboard, if you want to call it, comes right up to the edge. There's like 3-inch difference. But over here, it gets much steeper. So again, looking at the grades, how the ADA accessibility works, and how everything comes together is really important. That's a big part of the final design. In terms of soils, always, we get what we call a geotech report. Anytime you do any sort of structural foundations, you got to get a geotech report, because that's going to tell you what the soil condition is like out at Wildflower. That whole property, we found the structural fill from all the housing development that happened around there. So the developer built the homes and then dumped the structural fill into that site, and that's what we had to work with. So doing a soils report, and they do a boring about 20, 30 feet down in the ground that tells us what that's going to look like. And then from there, we give it to a structural engineer, and he has to design our footings to make sure it can handle whatever it is we have designed, in addition to the soils conditions out there. So that's what Patrick was referring to. Our slackline posts out there, I'm pretty sure, oh my God, they're huge. They're huge. As big as this table, I think, for one post, because we had, and also out at that site, we had to take a lot of soil out, they call it sub-excavation, and bring it back in afterwards, because the soils were so poor at the site. And that's the things you guys don't see, but cost money, big time.
Our first major change order on Wildflower, it was substantial. Mm-hmm. We decided to make the concrete sub-base. We went from like a 6-inch base to a 12-inch base. Yeah. Because we knew, based on the soils report, that it was going to move. And for those of you who have been up there, it still moved. Yeah. It was a major change order, and that was the first conversation we had of, okay, do you eliminate? You know, the board had some pretty clear goals. You guys had some pretty clear goals for that park. And we quickly started to realize just what we were dealing with. And the board was gracious and understood, you know, especially if you lived in a home over there, what the soils could do. But that was a big eye opener for all of us.
Yeah.
Because I mean, it was $100,000 $100,000+
Time you move dirt.
on dirt.
Yeah, it's amazing. And I would say it's not the glamorous part of a project, but it's important. You gotta take care of it from the get-go. And that's gonna usually eat up your budget faster than anything else, but you've gotta do it first, or you're just gonna end up tearing everything out and redoing things down the road. So it's not glamorous, but it has to be done. And that's our job. That's our job, to inform you guys of that, let you know the challenges, the constraints, and be really upfront with it from the get-go, and then figure out how we have to work with it. So, did I hear everything, Patrick? You want to? Great, okay.
That's great.
Wildflower, and I'm not gonna go into a big old long presentation, but what I did is I threw together, again, this is the site. We looked at the site inventory and analysis out at Wildflower. From there, we did some conceptual plans, and we did a lot of conceptual plans for this park. This is phase 2. We did like phase 1, 2, and 3. Phases 1, 2, and 3. Phases 1, 2, 3. I mean, we did a ton of really. We went through the whole public process I was describing to you guys before. We knew what everybody wanted to do, but how could we make it work with budget? That was the challenge that we had. And how much could we afford to do in the first phase versus the second or the third phase? A lot of studies on phasing. But in the end, I looked at all 3 of these concepts when I was putting this together, and I felt like phase 2 was probably the closest to what went in. What we actually installed out there. This is the final master plan. It's probably a little hard for you guys to see, but that is actually what was installed out there on that site. And then from there, we went into construction documents and got to get it rebuilt. So all those things in a nutshell.
And to add to that really quickly is, for those that kind of remember, I mean, we had several meetings with the board. So much so that then we were a little bit behind the curve on being able to review construction documents. And I would say within the matter of a week, design concepts, published them. We spent time in your office. We went over everything as best as we could with a fine-tooth comb to meet the board's expectation to have construction done prior to the kids starting school, which then became this whole other kind of constraint for construction. But we all kind of rolled with it, but there are things at Riverbend that we'll want to be cognizant of: construction season and pricing and timing and traffic impacts and noise impacts all became part of what these park processes are. And I thought it was good for you guys to kind of hear a little bit of the more behind the scenes, because a lot of times you get the frontline questions where we don't, so this was a unique project with the timing as well.
Yeah, it's supposed to start this year.
Yeah.
What's supposed to
The original timeline, this was supposed to be built in 2019, 2020 was the...
And we got the phone call from Patrick saying,
no.
Go.
Yeah. The board got comfortable with the open
good.
space, the interfund loan for open space. So we went from we've got a couple of years to think
project,
about this.
Where are we going to put the park?
We're going to get it going.
One of the longer meetings ever. I remember
Yes.
we were a long time.
Yes. So this is the final park built. It's very much to all the play areas and the basketball courts.
The teardrop was going to be not paved. I mean, I remember that. Remember, we were just going to do
What?
the basic. The first phase was just literally doing the
trail.
It was just the road coming in. Because
Road
that's all we could
base.
afford.
road base and doing the whole,
Yeah.
because the
Did we
dirt was
take
so
out all the
weak.
amenities?
Yeah.
And then to get it built, we took all the amenities out. And then we added them back in.
We have no money to put anything in. Next thing you know, like, okay, we can add 6 more amenities. to it.
Yeah, it
Okay.
was back and forth. And
That's
then it
where,
cost us
it's
money
funny
every
too,
time.
because that's where our checklist was so important.
Oh, yeah.
You guys asked what the importance of this thing we did that we sent out about what's on our amenity list. That's why, because we went right to that and boom, we had it.
Yeah.
And I think the board was pretty happy with that.
Yeah.
We had that.
Yep.
Yeah. So again, I just threw some photos in of Wildflower. I think all of you guys have been up there, but and I think it's, from what I hear, it's been great.
Great park.
Successful. Yeah, very popular.
Yeah.
We are actually planning to get a professional photographer out there, hopefully in the spring. So these are all of our photos, or ECI's photos, who was the contractor. He shared our photos with them, so it's our favorite photo, and we use that all the time at Wildflower Park. So that's it.
So Shannon, just, we do want to be sensitive to your time,
Of course.
but I know our next kind of discussion is going to be a little bit of kind of process. And I had made some notes about the online survey tool, flyers in the neighborhood, potential phone accessibility with PROSTAC members.
C1. Look at that, I nailed it.
I know, you're on
I
it.
hit it, all three of them right there.
But I think the thing, maybe before you take off, is have you had experience where the board isn't 100% decided on this. The board would like PROSTAC and the public to come to some kind of consensus. What would be a good first step, given that we've got this year, we've got budget for public engagement and charrettes, in my mind. Construction budget would be approved contingent upon decisions that are made this year, but at least for staff, every other project we've done, there's already been some grassroots effort to have something there.
Yeah.
This one we're feeling is a little split. It's kind of equal, at least what we're hearing on both sides.
Yeah. So the first thing we need to do is it sounds like you have people on both sides. Some are really excited about having it, and some are not excited about having it. And so that's the first thing we need to tackle. So really, for me, it's getting your public together, and let's take a look at that. And I don't want to just say, okay, what do you guys want? What do you not want? But I want to show some images of some of the different things that can work on the site. And I think Patrick has shared with me, as some people who said, it's a quiet spot. I just want a shady, seated area to sit and enjoy the environment around me. We have some families who have little kids, toddlers, and they don't have any park anywhere near their house, and they love to see a park over there. So there's different. That's the other thing too. You guys have heard the trend, natural play, right? That's a very big thing right now. And we've done a lot of designs with that, actually. So we might look at it differently. It's not your traditional play area. Maybe we look at something that's a little bit more passive. That can work for those folks who don't want to see a lot of bright colors and activity and feel like it's a little intrusive. But we can integrate shady seated areas and garden areas and walking paths with a natural play area. So those are some things that I've been kind of tossing around in my head. But the first thing we got to do is we got to get your public together and show them some different images of what I just talked about and get them to vote or give us input on what they want to have. And if we do have a big group of people who show up, it's kind of one of those things we wait to see what kind of reaction we're going to get. Maybe we sit down and do a charrette. We give them all the different parts and pieces and say, okay, you four work here. And I like to always break up the group so we don't have four of the same people who have the same interests in one group. I like to break it up to where you may have a person who doesn't want the park, but you have a person over here who does want the park. So they can hear each other talk and see, what their concerns are or what their complaints are. And there's this discussion that goes back and forth. It's so much easier for them to hear from each other versus me up there. So those are some different ways. If you guys, a lot of the public process is to find out from you guys, what do you think would be have the most impact on the public process? Is it doing the community survey? Do you think that's going to do it? I was just at a meeting the other day and they said, our public is sick and tired of us asking them what they want. They just want to see what we're going to do and then say, yeah, that's good, or no, it's not good. But we didn't know that going into it.
Well, and I was going to say, one of the things that strikes me as interesting on this park is, a lot of the parks, I guess the two that we looked at as examples, it's a consolidated central playground area, and then there's kind of this open space around it where the Riverbend is totally on the opposite side with the central features, the lake, and how do you work around the lake.
Right.
And you have intermittent features, like here's a little boulder area, then you walk along the path, and there's something else over here.
Right.
But overall, no matter what, you might put it on the north side or south side, and the neighbor on the north side is like, oh, I don't like it. The neighbor on the south is like, oh, that's great. Then you move it to the other side, and you get the,
you get the back and forth.
Yeah, so you're kind of
Yeah.
where are you putting this and how are you locating it within the
Right.
overall site?
Right,
I think is one of the, and that comes down to your overall existing analysis.
exactly, that's what I
And
was gonna say.
saying, where are you really trying to integrate this piece?
Because you have this site has some constraints anyway. And
Yeah.
we all know it's the lake. I'm gonna be really honest with you right now, it's the lake. But also the grades going down.
Mhm.
Yeah.
You know, I've driven around this thing. Patrick and I think we set it, was it here, Patrick, right? That we set out here and looked at the site. Am I on the right side? Am I on the,
Closer to the, this is the.
That's that where you and I were at? Okay, yep, I see it. So
Up in that tree
we
area.
really looked at this area here.
Yep.
And I've even looked over here, because I'm trying to get that play area away from the lake. I'll be really honest with you guys. It makes me nervous. I had little ones, that was my worst fear in the world. But your grades are not gonna really lend to that over here on this side. So let's go back to the site analysis and inventory. Over here is kind of the same way. And then you're backing up to residential properties over here. So really, by looking at the site, it does make sense to tuck it back in here. The constraint I see is we have roads
Yep.
all the way around it, right? And that's the last thing you want to see is a toddler run out in the street.
And then if you're to the east of the lake, on the other side of the trail, that's in the drainage.
Yes.
Well, yeah, and then
Yeah.
there's a really steep,
and
Steep.
drainage.
Yeah.
so something.
Hey, slide.
Well, so one of the ideas, so a couple of things on constraints that we've been working on since maybe probably since January, since Shannon and I kind of really started talking about this is, so this is a detention pond.
Mhm.
And it's a really, really, really pretty detention pond. So one of the things that struck us was the grades, because to Shannon's point earlier, we immediately saw concrete costs to get an ADA trail down to a play surface.
Right.
There goes the cost, But as soon as we started digging around and figured out that this was a detention pond, there's a whole different set of rules that we had to play by, not impacting potential water flows, not impacting potential capacities. That also brought up this idea of, boy, we should probably test and figure out where the groundwater is, because we know if we put play features in, we're going to need these kind of footings and is footings in a potentially wet surface.
Right, and water table.
Makes sense, but we also then came up with some other ideas of, well, is there an opportunity to do smaller play areas that are maybe less intrusive? The residents that we've spoken to immediately went to big bright colored plastic, vandalism, loitering, the things that we typically hear at parks. But maybe there's a different way to do it, and one of the ideas that we had is, we know that this is a sledding hill. We know that the sledding hill is, it's on the amenities list. It's not always high, but it's kind of always been the low-hanging fruit, and is there something that we could do on the east side in terms of formalizing seating or contouring the dirt going downhill or something along those lines, to where we can say, well, yeah, this is a formal sledding hill and parents have a place to sit. Individual that I talked to shared with me the experience of, this is for the 20-some years they've been here, this is their morning getaway. This is where they get to kind of drink their coffee and sit kind of unobstructed. And we started batting around just ideas with Shannon of sitting nooks or kind of private meditation areas. And this could be an opportunity as a win-win. You have some kind of play feature, and you also have kind of private sitting areas. So of all the projects we've done, this one is shoehorned in there. I think we came away saying, well, there's a reason why there was never a playground here.
Right. Yeah.
And let's get really creative and have fun and engage the public and see if we can figure it out.
But am I not mistaken that the intent and start of this whole discussion came from like Tot playground, because the kids don't want to cross Rock Creek Parkway?
Right.
So that whole north. North.
And there, that is a very valid concern.
And it's just from what we would put in, the nook and the seating areas are great, and I think they're nice, but is it addressing the issue unless you put in I mean, you know, is anyone going to be happy unless I put in a swing?
Right.
Or is it, you have to put in a jungle gym type thing that, you know, you crawl all over? You know, and those are the type of things where you come down to, I think there's ways to put in more natural features without having some obtrusive big red box thing. But then also maybe have an additional pieces for the people that feel it's a sitting area and, you know, bench and integration with that. I don't know.
No, you're right on. The site lends itself to being that entirely, just because of the natural character of it itself, with the lake and the drainage way that comes down into the lake over here. That's the first thing I thought of.
Yeah, that's got water in it, yeah. That's just not empty, that's got water flowing in it.
So. So, you know, it's like Patrick said too, it's because it's a drainage detention. There are things that we have to really watch. I can't obstruct flow, I can't take up capacity. You're not gonna wanna do EWF, because it's gonna float the first time you get to the rain. So, you know, there's some things there. My big concern is keeping the children away from the lake. So I'd like to tuck it back as far as I can, but still think about the roads, the niceties you have, a nice substantial grade change. So it's not like it's flat with land and, you know, a toddler can go from the play area right out to the street. They have to climb the hill a little bit. So it's just balancing all of that. But the first thing we need to do is hear from your public and you guys make the decision in terms of which direction you want to go. You want to move forward with it, all those sorts of things.
But I almost think that we need to know what our options are.
Okay.
Because unlike some of the other parks where we can give a blank canvas, this is, this to me,
Limitations.
this is much more limited because we can't put anything on the south side because it's too close to the road or too close to the lake, right?
So what we would do, Ron, is we would do our site inventory analysis. We would come with an aerial and we would show all the graphics that shows all the constraints and the opportunities that we have.
So
And I
like
think
the
that
bubble
would,
diagram?
yeah, well, it would be before the bubble. I didn't really show you a graphic of a site analysis, but it's a very graphic image. And that's what I would show with that first public meeting and give the presentation of these are the pros and the cons and the constraints that we're running into with this particular site. So keep that all in mind as we're talking.
Right, yeah, no, I just think that's the feedback I'm getting from people, and I live in the area, is you guys this is the biggest waste of money ever. You can't build anything there because of the lake. So it's like, okay, it's a good point, it's a fair point. I can't argue that point. And I think that's, and then I try to explain, I said, that's the whole point of the process we're trying to do right now, is to find out what we can get to.
Exactly.
And it may turn out to be.
Right. If Patrick comes back to me, and I think you started the process of doing geotech, didn't you? Or you knew somebody that
We are,
could get
so
going?
we're doing 2-foot contours on topo. We're doing geotech.
Yes.
And then we also found somebody that is kind of an expert in water table analysis.
Good.
To kind of get an understanding of that as well.
Yeah.
So we're hoping that we've got that before
Yeah.
the public engagement.
So those are the sorts of things we're going to come with in our back pocket, you know, and we'll also share that and show that. But it'll be information that we normally wouldn't get until we got into further in design, but we're going to come to this one with all that information.
So really the first steps are, I mean, just because I think, because you said people don't like coming to this meeting and being positive or negative against it, we probably need to have a online ability for people to reach out and provide their opinion without showing up here and giving a positive, negative, right? I mean, that's kind of what I heard from your analysis there. People don't like speaking against it if there's a whole group for it. But, so that's one step, but then the next step is really the existing analysis and then having probably flyers that go out and say we're going to have a sit-down discussion about it here and whatever that timeline is. Whether it's
I think backing up, I think the first step is what you guys were just talking about, take the inventory.
Oh, yeah.
Well, yeah,
And let's
they
figure out what
have to do the inventory, but while they're doing the inventory, we need to do the online survey and
You can get that
send out
website.
flyers. So those are set up of, we're going to meet in a month, and then that gives you a month to do the analysis and get the documentation ready for the sit down with the community.
One of the other
I mean,
One of the other ideas that I wanted to throw out there is the potential of getting a 20 by 20 and doing a meeting on site.
Yeah.
20 by 20.
10.
Oh.
Sorry, totally lost that.
I mean, it's Parks and Rec speak, guys, is what it is.
Wow.
Us in the tent business.
I was thinking a 20 by 20 screen to be able to project something.
If you guys kind of remember some of the issues on Tract H was getting people to actually wrap their head around what the site was in these areas that we were talking about. And I was able to attend a public engagement meeting on a site development. And they had broken it down in stations within the area. So you can visualize and you can see positive and negative, right? You get that sense of this is a spot where we're hearing that people would enjoy sitting. So let's avoid putting play structures to obstruct a view, or hey, this is a little bit bigger than we think it is. Maybe, we could get a play pit in here. So I think that, we've done enough of these. We've heard a lot of what Shannon has heard is that we've got survey fatigue. I mean, you guys know, we got calls from staff saying as soon as we went to community process on the community center, people actually said, yep, it's not going anywhere. So people were wanting it to go to this kind of formal public process because it was the opportunity to clearly shut it down. Right. So we're as staff trying to find this balance of how do we keep people really engaged? There's a great opportunity there. We want to recognize both sides. Maybe meeting on site is a creative way to kind of walk through it.
Well, and if you do it on site and you do it like a Saturday morning or something, and people can get out there and actually partake in the discussion and have some boards. And I mean, I think it's much better than coming here and saying, here's an image, can you imagine that? You're like, yeah, I just drove by that on the way here, I think I remember.
I think especially given the limitations that we have to work with to be on site and to see, oh yeah, the lake is like right there versus just doing an online survey, that seems like so much more abstract to me.
Yeah.
And I think, given who we're talking about is within that vicinity, it's the folks with the little kids, they're never coming to these meetings.
Right.
They rarely can come to meetings. They would walk around and
stop at a tent or something.
Exactly. Yeah. And I think one of the pictures you had of the kids participating, I think that would be huge. Because then it is more collaborative in terms of something getting designed that fits potentially within the constraints. Right. And if nothing fits, at least the community's part of that decision-making process. And I think that's the part that, I don't think people recognize how constrained the area really is.
And also you're bringing the discussion to them and where it's going to impact them the most. And
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And you also get a lot of feedback from people that use the park.
Yeah.
Because the tent happens to be there while they're using the park. So that's a good idea. I like that.
And all the online interactive stuff, the feedback we've always seen has been misleading. I mean, it's a great way to get the awareness out there, but the feedback should come potentially with some bubble diagrams on site.
Right. Yeah. But yeah, I think that's where it's also key to really just have the site analysis, because you look at that and you're like, oh, there's lots of green space. I can fit it everywhere. Yeah, it's all good. But yeah, you just kind of show where it's a steep slope and you're left with that one little corner up there and you're like, there's really not much left to the park.
And just to confirm what you were saying about the water.
Yeah.
Because it's a detention pond, we can't touch it.
No, you can't. You just have to, there's just certain constraints there, or certain guidelines you have to follow.
I mean, like, you're not going to stock it with fish and have a fishing contact.
No.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, I don't know.
It's interesting you bring that up, because Matt Rarick on our staff recalled back when he first was with the town 15, 20 years ago, that there were fish over there that like
Well, we stocked Purple Park.
Yeah, I've stocked
They always
Purple.
Had that, but
yeah.
No, there's fish in there now.
I'm sure
in
some
this one?
there.
Yeah, there are.
So we are finding.
I don't know how.
So the towns. Well, let's kind of back up a little bit, because this will actually play into it. Is for the most part, all the town's water systems are connected together either as our irrigation system, which is the majority. We've got Pond 1 up here, all the way down through Purple Park. These are all interconnected, and as you guys see in the summer, we'll draw them up and draw them down based upon our irrigation usage. we're not 100% sure this is what we're looking into, but we're fairly certain that the overflow of Donut Pond, yeah, feeds over here. And we're fairly certain that the pond here, which is pond 5, eventually feeds over to here. So we know from having to deal with the fish kill a couple of years ago that when we stopped trout here for fly fishing, there were a handful that made it down here, and then there were actually some that made it all the way to Bose Pond. Yeah. So that's a good point, and something that we're working on is trying to figure out what the water sources are.
Does it get all the way down to Hoskins or no?
It didn't.
But it could.
Well, HHR pulls directly off the ditch.
Okay.
So there is this.
Because there's that retention.
There is this component of it.
Yeah.
So in the floods, we did have water from over here. It's my understanding that this is filled off of, and I could verify, that the Frico ditch that's kind of up here that then makes the turn, this is the Frico ditch easement, that hits that and helps fill that up. But I'm not 100% sure.
Well, because we see I live off Riverbend, so we see the water coming down from the ski slope, the sledding hill, and then it eventually works its way into the little pond on the other side of 88th, and then they feed that into Hodgkin Harris. Because you can see that one drop as Hodgkin Harris goes up.
And a lot of times when you're starting to see water either run through Purple Park or in that case go through Riverbend, what it is we'll have like a really, really hot couple of days. So we're calling for a ton of water, and then it'll rain. And our system will automatically shut itself off. So we're just balancing and moving the water from point A to point.
Well, my point of the question was you can't use that lake as much.
No.
You can't, you really can't. I don't know what I envision. I don't know if anybody has any ideas, but if you can incorporate the Vink as a sitting area closer to the lake.
I got you.
And I'm not talking about a slide into the lake, but because obviously that's a little over the edge, but I mean, fishing there or things like that. I mean, just trying to come up with what you can do with that lake. And if we, which you can't do, right? That would be probably.
I don't know. I think you probably.
I think we would just have to look into it, but you could.
Sure.
For safety purposes, we may not want to do it either.
That's a whole story. But in terms of, we've done it before. In fishing pier, again, as long as you don't stop the flow of the water coming in, and then you don't take up the capacity that flood water needs to take, because it's there for safety reasons, right? So if we get a major flood or a rainstorm or whatever, it's got to be able to still fill up with the same amount of water. So those are some things that, and actually, probably checking into urban drainage and flood control district on what their requirements are for detention, because I know it changes, and keep an eye on that. So that would be some of our research that we do. Yeah. So, but it's a great opportunity to do a really cool thing there. I really do believe there is a fun little natural play. I don't think Superior has anything like that now.
Not really.
We could do some pretty innovative and fun things to do, but we gotta make sure everybody's on board with it. You guys are happy with it, and everybody likes the way we're moving. And the safety issue is big to me. If anything ever were to happen, I would feel awful.
Well, thank you very much. This is, I think, something we wanted to do for a while.
I know.
So.
So what is the specific timeline on all this?
We need an answer tomorrow.
So, technically you can work, the budget's good for the whole year. So we have found that public engagement over the summer months isn't great, that hitting people while they're still in school, or waiting for that gap in between once school starts and that first Thanksgiving break seemed to be kind of effective. For us, we've got some budget decisions to make. Probably June, July is when I'll start to kind of really finalize a budget that'll then go to the board's review, which will happen kind of August, September, October. So staff's preference would be that we kind of do March, April, May engagement. Maybe we stretch it and have an opportunity at 4th of July. If we're really on top of it, maybe something at Arbor Day. But that's what staff would suggest. But ultimately, you guys can kind of mull that over.
And to me, right now, with the weather conditions and things like that, I mean, it sounds great to put a tent out there, but it's like after spring break.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, for
So, it's like April, May, I mean, you don't want to go too much further than that, and school gets out, and so you're kind of right before school gets out, you want to kind of get some more feedback, plus that leaves us time to bring that information back in and say, okay, here's what we really recommend, and then to take that to our April meeting, May, March, April, May, May meeting, May, June.
Yeah, Arbor Days mid-April.
Right.
27th.
This is 27th.
Yeah.
Yeah, 27th. So,
Almost have to work backwards, wouldn't you? Like, I think you showed us that one time, one of those, how to put stuff on an election, you work backwards. So if we seriously want to get this thing moving forward, by that July 4th meeting, by the July 4th tent, we need to have, this is what we're looking at doing. And that would, so you work backwards, so by May, we better have, so then by April, so all of a sudden we're in April, you're right, we got to get together with people in April. Next month is March already, so.
right, yeah, so next month is
backwards
March.
from July 4th.
April,
would be
May.
let's post this at the July 4th tent.
Just write each month up there.
You gotta work
Just go
backwards.
month by month.
So this is kind of our jumping off point, right, I would say.
Because you
Yeah.
got 4 months. Well, 5, if you count March. If you count March.
Once we can start doing some of that site analysis and inventory, make sure we get the geotag, get the topo, start collecting all that data. So we're gonna get all this
Right.
stuff together. So we're ready to go come April.
April, I'd say April.
Yeah.
And based upon what Patrick said, we gotta do the community engagement in April, can't do it in June. Because
And
people are gonna be gone by June.
Right.
We
So-
caught some flack.
Yeah.
That's never gone good for the town at all. It really doesn't once you get into the,
Right, the summer months,
Yeah.
everyone's gone and, yeah.
It's gotta be before school ends, that we have any.
Well, that's why we really only have April and May, and if you really are doing, even if you were to say Arbor Day, 27th of April, that's end of April, so that would miss our March meeting and our April meeting, and we get information after our April meetings. We wouldn't have our next discussion until May, which in turn, then it's like, okay, now we've had a discussion, then we get back to you, and that's in June, and then how do I get a,
well, and
right, it's just
maybe,
that back and
I would
forth.
say this is like aggressive. I started having meetings with the board on budget probably into July, August, September. So I think the big picture would be, by the time the board has gone through a first reading of the budget, we need to kind of know, are we talking $1.2 million worth of a park, or are we talking about
200,000.
or we've got the placeholder of 700 right now.
Right.
And that could be August, September.
Yeah.
So let's
Get
add
2 more
that.
months on there.
Yeah, then you get your next big one, which
Can you
is
spell August?
Your next big booth is Chili Fest, so, I mean, that's really drop dead, it's gotta be done by Chili
Right.
Fest.
Well, and that's where, if I recall, it wasn't the skate park or one that all of a sudden we ran like right up to the end of the year. I think it was like pickleball, really.
Yeah.
Because we kept going round and round on that one. And it took it right to the end of the year and we had no direction.
Where are they doing the Arbor Day stuff this year?
Archery.
Skate park. Yeah. So this,
Nice, it's a short walk.
so maybe it's kind of fact finding
Right.
Yep.
on-site
Yep.
meeting.
I'd just say, as long as we can do the on-site before, in the first 2 weeks of the month.
Yeah.
I mean, just,
Or, I mean,
so that way we can get maybe the week before, like second week in the month, and then our meetings are always the third week in the month.
Right.
So that way, we get whatever feedback we get, whether it's the Saturday before our meeting,
or if it's a,
Of course, our meeting's on the 15th that month, because it's the first is a Wednesday, so. You're probably, it's tough to do
Anyway.
something, it's tough to do something right after Arbor Day, but it may have to be right after Arbor Day.
right. Anyway, I was just looking at, as long as we can get some
Yeah.
community feedback before we meet again, so that way we can have a discussion about what we've heard and what we think is the new direction and help guide.
But ideally, if you're gonna do it on-site, wouldn't you do it on a Saturday?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, it's got to be like a Saturday, not a Sunday,
Saturday.
probably Saturday.
Yeah, probably a Saturday morning.
I was telling Patrick, my idea was, we got some money that they keep asking what we want to use it for. Get the sweet cow truck there, you get people.
Oh, yeah.
Sweet cow at 10.
Sweet cow and
And then say, where are your kids going to play?
That's right.
Exactly.
Jeez.
It's not the worst idea. You publicize it, you only have to give them like $325.
On
So,
the
Info
budget.
gathering.
Yeah.
Look at that.
And then maybe this is like, or some kind of second engagement, right?
Right, I would say probably we come back with concept plans in June. And whether we want to do that at an event or we want to do it back on the site. Sometimes when you bring a concept plan, it's nice for folks to be able to walk around the site after you've presented an idea. So you can see
but if
how
nothing
it
else, you have the concept plan here at this meeting, so we're ready for July 4th. And that's when we put up July 4th.
Yeah, we could do that.
And by
July
then, we
4th
should
is
have,
the biggest
first of all,
draw.
by then you'll have an idea.
Yeah.
Get input.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
July 4th booth would be the biggest time to get input.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then from there, that rolls directly into, what kind of input we're getting out of the 4th of July booth and what kind of budget we're sitting on. And then that feeds into the August, September budget meeting.
Right. So we do preliminary master plan in July. That's what, so we do concepts and then we'll do preliminary master plan and then we'll do costing and all of that as we go. And we're looking at a final, Patrick, when do you need a final by to be able to go to the board, do your budget discussion before that?
I think if we're like 70%,
Okay, okay.
because what we'll do is we'll be conservative, and the board, at least our experience has been, is that the board appreciates that, and we'd rather be over early as opposed to over late and coming for budget amendments after
we
things are set.
didn't notice this, you need another 100,000.
And those are things that we've worked with on regardless of the project. And this kind of prelim, we'll put a contingency on there
Right.
that's realistic.
Because I guess the question would be, is at the 4th of July booth, if we're showing an image of a plan of a rough concept, I don't know if there's a couple concept images and just a rough outline diagram of where some of that would be. And then they'd also want to know, I don't know if we need to publicize the budget at that time or just the concept.
Just the plan.
It's usually
Because
just-
the budget's a different discussion with
It
the
is.
board, not
Yeah.
here.
Yeah.
So really just enough graphic to be able to get more input and more of a refined drawing
Yeah.
that people can really react to, where these first couple months, April, May, June, are more back and forth. Hey, yeah, maybe a slide, maybe a swing, maybe a rock, maybe a, log crawling natural thing. I don't know.
Yeah.
But that's the initial stuff. And then the 4th of July, you have more of a refined
Right, yeah,
sketch of like, we're going to impact these areas and put this kind of equipment.
right.
And then we can get more input from that.
You're always going to, somebody's going to ask how much does it cost, and we just have a ballpark idea.
Right,
We'll throw it
yeah.
out there if we need to. But yeah.
You didn't go out and get bids before the 4th of July?
No, but we have all that information.
Finding the numbers?
Yeah, but no, we never really review the costs with the public at all.
They'll bring it up.
Yeah, they bring it
Yeah.
up, and we give them a ballpark range, is
Right.
what we do. And it's not, we're not fibbing because we've done it all through the process.
Right.
It's pretty spot on, right around that range. So yeah, no, you're right, that's the work. So you're setting master plan, go to board. Okay.
So with all that discussion, I mean, I think we've come around to the fact that it would be more of an on-site information gathering, right, in April?
Yeah.
But do we need to do some sort of flyers out to the houses around there, and it's going to be on the email blasts of, there'd be a
information discussion at Riverbend Park on X day at X time, but we're not going to do the online survey. I mean, we kind of went back and forth on that one here, so I just want to, I mean, I think just having it in the neighborhood and getting people the information online and knowing that it's there, it's not like they're going out of their way to come to that location, especially the people that utilize the park, as Ron's saying, you know, the people that are impacted the most are right there and down the street.
As long as there's a way that for people who can't attend the onsite to
Yeah,
submit some sort of commentary.
Yeah, and I guess that's, I just don't know.
I don't know
how
that, yeah.
I felt that if we could get really refined on what we want to ask, you know, the issue that I felt we had with the way that we were asked to put together the community center is it was intentionally vague.
Yeah, that's right.
And I think for a project like this, you know, there's some questions that we could ask at a couple of different phases, you know, where we could just say, hey, give us your unfiltered opinion.
Yeah.
Or, you know, or you get to kind of the concept phase and you have multiple options, and then the dialogue can shift into option A, option B, you know, passive.
Right.
One of the, you know, is it kind of a rating system looking at different images that you may find appealing? I don't think there's anything wrong with the online stuff as long as we're providing other options to chime in.
Right.
It's a nice backup, I guess, for those who may not be able to come. Again, you can.
Because it's all going out in the same email blast to tell you, here's the online versus show up at this day and this time.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, so if they're not getting the information, unless we're doing a flyer that's kind of dropped off at each house about, you know, it's almost the same email blast, you just print it and you're putting it on door to door. Right?
And then, you know, I always find whether it's you guys or us, you know,
I don't know how to use my phone.
because what'll happen is being able to have that personal connection to say, I hear you, I'm going to document it.
Right.
Or, you know, and that, I think, if I remember, was kind of a, you know, almost like the Jim Payne, we'd go door to door and we had the prompted questions, you know, where it was more of a, hey, I'm from PROSTAC, and maybe this could happen at the booth or Arbor Day.
Right.
Where it's, hey, you know, we're PROSTAC, here's what we're thinking, would you mind answering 4 or 5 questions?
Right.
And that, if I remember, was that Wildflower where we did that, or was that Founders?
It wasn't Wildflower.
But it had,
Founders.
it started to build this ironclad kind of, you know, at the end, when we're writing a cover memo and approving a contract and we're asking the board for whatever the amount of money is, you say, look, we did this on site, we went door to door, we blasted out to the community, we provided this online, we offered ourselves up for additional dialogue for those that wanted to have it. You start to kind of, to be able to take that away to where somebody couldn't say, you know what, you made this decision in a silo and you're forcing this upon us.
Right.
And I think that of the successful projects we've done,
Yeah.
that's kind of been the method that we've done, you know, and really the phone stuff is very, very secondary, but it does give you the ability to have that deeper level conversation to where you're hearing what concerns are, you're hearing what people are excited about. So.
I mean, I think one thing we need for the Arbor Day, we need to have the date obviously set. So you can have a flyer at the Arbor Day thing too, even though it's not going to be, at least it's starting to get another opportunity to get the word out.
Absolutely.
And realistically, you're probably looking at what, May 4th is the only Saturday between Arbor Day and, because once you hit May 11th, you start graduation parties.
Graduations and stuff.
So I think May 4th is about it. April 27th would be perfect probably, but obviously it's taken already.
Yeah.
That's Arbor Day, right?
That is Arbor Day, yeah.
Right? April 27th?
It's 27th.
Yeah.
So we're looking at May 4th as our first public meeting.
Preferably on site with maybe a rain backup somewhere. I don't know. Because It does rain here and there.
It does, that'd be the only time we get rain.
Yeah.
That's why we have a 20 by 20. Don't you know what a 20 by 20
You
is?
guys have learned something. You take that with you.
We just run over the pavilion in Purple Park.
There you go.
Yeah.
You have to cross the street.
I know what it's like.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Yeah, let's start to rock and roll.
And I'll summarize and,
Okay.
how you and I can kind of
That's
chat.
fine, yeah. We'll get some stuff together and start the process. Okay.
Just feeling all right with this timeline?
Yeah.
I like the fact that we did a timeline.
Yeah, that's impressive.
Oh, yeah.
You're looking for construction in 2020, Patrick?
Yeah.
So after we get that all squared away, then we
Yeah.
start construction docs.
Yep.
Okay. Or depending on where it goes.
Yeah.
Or maybe not.
Or maybe not.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, you guys have any other questions for me? Can I help you with anything else?
Well, we have a lot of other parks. No, not at this time.
I think I did a I know I did a playground assessment, I think, of all your parks a couple
Yeah.
years back, so pretty familiar with it.
Well, and I think that'll be a different discussion as we keep going on, but
Sure.
just, maintenance of the parks. And I think some of the input you've provided on just the transitions and, the slopes and different materials and things like that, that all plays into that. And I know that the ADA was always an issue at all the parks, and that's one of the biggest issues throughout.
Yeah.
So it's something that
What does the
at some
city
point.
consider requirements that way versus what the laws of the land actually are? I mean, I hear this ADA stuff all the time, but what do we actually have to do?
What you have to do is make sure a child or an adult can get to the play equipment. So
We have
that's-
parks right now that's not the case.
Right, so that's.
So
gonna be
what's the
first.
penalty or, you say we have to, but we're not, so that's what I'm trying to
If
understand.
something were to happen, you could actually get litigation. Is really, so you're trying to be inviting to everyone within the community, and that's why ADA is a guideline and a rule to follow. And it's really all about accessibility for everyone.
So as long as no one complains, life's good. Someone complains,
Yeah. You
Life
could get
becomes better.
audited. Patrick, have you guys ever? None? Okay. Yeah, gosh, I can't think of the guy's name. He does the ADA stuff. You know who I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
He described once that, and it really is somebody who usually complains that sort of audit occurs. They, randomly, I guess, they can audit you at any point in time. And throw a complaint out to the city and say, your playground isn't ADA accessible and you need to do this, that, or the other. A big thing, and this isn't really so much with your playgrounds, but you have to provide ADA accessibility to a play field. Just a grassy field. I have to make sure that a wheelchair can roll out to a play field. If they don't have that sort of thing, especially in a brand new park, if we were to do a brand new park, you won't get any sort of leniency with that. Do you know what I mean? Because it's the guidelines and the rules, and that's what you have to design for.
Some of it's grandfathered in.
Exactly.
Is where we're at.
Yeah.
So really.
What were the rules when the park was built? As long as you're okay when the park was built.
Yeah,
Right.
well, still, even they want you to go back and renovate, but you can come back, the city can come back and say, well, we just don't have the funding to do that
Well,
right now.
isn't that part of the problem why you can't renovate some of these parks? Because in order to renovate them, you have to make them.
Bring it up to code.
Right.
It's code, so you just kind of let them go.
And it's a bigger deal, because it's
Right.
not just fixing a
We
ramp.
discussed that.
Yeah.
Well, and the big issue with the play pits, kind of going back to Shannon's comment about depth and the ramp slope, most of our play pits aren't deep enough. So to switch them out, unless we were going to go port in place, which is more expensive, the other option is to pull everything out and go down deeper and take out existing concrete. I do think, I don't remember exactly what year in the 5-year budget, we do have dollars set aside to start to address ADA surfacing. And I think that was something that PROSTAC said, look, PROSTAC's going to address it once, we're going to state that it's a need,
Right.
but ultimately this is kind of a policy level decision that the board needs to address. PROSTAC's going to get back to kind of I don't want to say the more fun items, but
It's other future development and other maintenance items, because this is to me, it's like, well, if I go back and renovate one park, why did I do that park over the other 8? Well, what's the priorities on which one gets it first? So, you're kind of in a, and each one costs 500,000 or 200 or whatever, it's like, well, you can only do so many. So. But that's where, honestly, Riverbend to me is also, we need to do it right now. And if we do put something in, we'll do it right. It'll cover all the accessibility issues. And it's not renovating something that's already there, which people are using, and it's still viable. If it's broken and just is causing a hazard, then you have to fix it. And when you fix it, there may be other additional costs that will come along with that. So, I don't know.
So, can you speak at all to what the board stance would be on priority, what this should be? Like, we're talking about spending a bunch of money on a new park versus making things compliant that aren't compliant right now. Where should the money actually be spent?
Yeah, that's a great question. I have my own bias. It would be part of just the budgeting process that the board would agree to. I think fundamentally we want to bring everything into compliance. There's no question there. It's a question of, and there's different ways to do that. One is to deepen it, or just put the spongy surface up on top. There's a cost trade-off for each one. I don't know that we've done that recently. Even just to sit down and quantify what the upgrade cost is for all our parks, and make that a living document, because we probably should.
We have the living document. I want to say, don't quote me on it, I think we have $250K in the budget to do ADA surfacing.
Like annual sort of?
Yeah, and if I remember, Shannon's firm a couple of years ago did this playground assessment. Part of that was this rating on the ADA accessibility. There was some discussion, I think we're going to get into it a little bit later on the park walks, or maybe we don't do it this meeting since it's getting late. But then once those funds were approved, starting to kind of prioritize. Because something like Community Park is technically ADA compliant because we built ramps out to the surfaces. Now the rest of the surface isn't. But I want to say, places like Fire Station, Pirate, some of that stuff is pea gravel, and it would just be a matter of staff's preference would be that you go with poured in place because it's less long-term maintenance. But yeah, I don't remember the year, but I think we've got about $250K in there.
But then how, the relative prioritization, like you're asking, I don't know that we've ever sat down and decided which one should go first.
And I think that's where we'd go back to that document that shows, like, there was shade and ADA accessibility and all these things on each park. And, how do you go through? And it's almost like, well, we have a prioritization of trails, and we have a prioritization of just other amenities that everyone's asking for. And then, okay, now we have a park priority too. So there's 3 different things where I get 200,000. Which one do I spend it on?
Yeah. It's probably a combination of condition, code issues. So a park that is in really bad condition with many, many code issues probably should be addressed first. So I'm sure there's a matrix or formula that we can apply similar to the formula we use for trails for parks.
Right.
And something that we've looked at the staff kind of level is then proximity of homes to parks that are Wildflowers new.
Right. So whether they're all
Purple, Founders, those kind of, and working backwards and saying, okay, if we're over off of, Yarrow, for instance, well, you're a good distance away from anything. South Pool's the closest ADA, and then, maybe that can factor into it as well.
Pirate, Well, and I'm just going to jump real quick to the project team ongoing site walks. Sorry, doing it, but the community park walks was really, I think it was a recommendation brought up by, I can't remember who, maybe it was Corbett, maybe it was someone, I can't remember, but it was just a discussion about potentially doing, at some point, having a group outing to go and walk some of the parks and really look at the conditions of the parks. Because, we've tried to do, outside individuals within the group to say, okay, let's go look at things and but just if we were all there at one point, walked around one or two parks before a meeting, or even on whatever day of the week. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
But that could feed into, again, analysis of the parks and really understanding what the conditions are, and really looking at that same document, maybe doing a living document of, you know, hey, we're seeing there's deterioration of this park and we need to upgrade it.
So do we want to put some plans in place to actually do that?
Yeah, I mean, that's where it was kind of down at the bottom of the list here, but I just wanted to let you guys know of what I meant and what I was thinking about with that bullet point. And yeah, I mean, if we can set up a time before the next meeting, you know, I don't know if I'd want to do it like on a day like today. Let's go walk around the park for 30 minutes before we come here in the dark.
Yeah, that'd be useful.
Yeah. Everyone sit in your car. Can you see it from here? I can visualize it. So I think that's something, you know, in the upcoming months, as it gets a little bit warmer out and sun's up a little bit longer, you know, that we could, you know, explore that as an opportunity to look at what the park conditions are. So I wouldn't say just yet.
Yeah, no, I would agree with that. But so I'm just suggesting that we sort of put a stake in the ground and say we're going to do it rather than kick it down the road more.
Right. I don't know. You want to say before the April meeting? Wants to put a stake in the ground?
I don't know. I mean, when is it light out at 6 o'clock that we could do this? When's that date?
Spring forward.
So I'll leave it on the agenda and we can talk about it again next month.
Sounds good.
Yeah, let's do that.
And I think it's, I don't know, get us all on the same page. And I think with the Shannon discussion that we just received about the parks, I mean, it's like we all have a baseline of what the parks are.
Mm-hmm.
And if you can't make it, it's accepted. So, okay. Is there any other discussion on the Riverbend Park? I mean, I think we have the timeline set. You know, and my first bullet point was really where are we with concepts, and I think from Shannon's discussion, we know where we're going there, and she'll bring more of a existing analysis, an existing condition analysis. Timeline was written on the board. Took a photo. And the process to receive feedback is really all about the timeline there. So I think we've hit all those bullets. Wow. Okay. So with that, the next two items was really the discussion of the priority amenities list that everyone provided input back on. I compiled the responses and just wanted to run through that and discuss what the outcome was. But can we pull that up on the, I'm sure it'll be nice and small for us all to read too. So I know everyone put in a high, medium, low, and I changed those to 1, 2, 3s so that it would auto-tabulate to the high numbers being the most important or recommended pieces. And I think that, you know, as Neil, you pointed out, you know, there's a lot of variation from last year with the recreation center and how we all felt shot down on that. And I think one of the key things that has come to light is the master plan of really where we're heading with the newer people on the committee and really understanding the years past of what priorities were. And I think for me, the biggest issue with the master plan or some sort of underlying document that provides guidance, because when we were given the pickleball court and given the rec center and, you know, some of those, the skate park, and it was like, well, where do we put these? There's no underlying document that really gives you a, hey, this is a great recreation amenity opportunity, say Town 15 or Autry Park. And I think with the exercises that we went through with the master planning to an extent of Autry Park, we were able to understand that putting a skate park in there and the pickleball still left plenty of space that you can still do more with Autry Park if you wanted to expand bike park and skate park and even pickleball even more than it was, I think, that 8 courts that we had in there. But it's that kind of document that really throughout town, is there any leftover space? I wouldn't say leftover, is there any undeveloped space that is a recreation opportunity that somebody
And even Riverbend, you know, that's a park, and now there's discussion of that being a playground. So is there an underlying document that shows that? And to me, it also feeds into, from a master planning perspective, it feeds into everything else with master plan of intent of recreation opportunities, but also it feeds back to art and a lot of the art pieces that are being put in. And is that part of the park? Is that part of just somewhere on a bike path? You know, there's a lot of overlying pieces that all tie together there. And so I think that's where everyone's, I'm speaking for everyone here, so you guys speak up, but that's where it seemed to have risen for me, and just from our discussions. So any other comments on that one? Come on. I don't want to speak for everyone.
For me, it's just, I mean, it would be very helpful to understand what is the master plan? What are we driving to? Because it seems like there's things that pull on us different directions, and it's very reactive rather than, hey, we're driving towards this plan. And it'd be really helpful to know what that plan actually is.
I talk a lot, so I gotta, you know.
No, I agree. The plan is super important, but I think a key thing of the plan is to, I think, Patrick, many meetings ago, you talked about how the old way of master planning was trying to project like 10 years out, and the new way is more of a dynamic, like 2-year plan.
Yeah.
So I think that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. So anyway, with all these on the far left, I put in the rank for, did I do that backwards? I did. 2019 is in the left column, and 2018 is in the right
That's
column.
what my question was.
Yeah,
to you.
it was my question, yeah.
I was reading it on email.
Because I totally reorganized them and just put the years in there. So this is this year's analysis that should be, the left side is 2019 and the right side is 2018. I'm so sorry.
It's still there. It's fine.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Date on it as well.
point being, the old numbers are on the right, and that's what they were last time. And I can't remember, it looks like we added a couple of these, and I don't know if we accidentally changed the number or what, because indoor recreation, there's a couple that say new on here, but they had a number on them from last year, which they probably just didn't have a number. So I don't know, I missed that. So go down. Yeah. Like there's some that say new or reworded. I don't know. I think they're kind of there. Anyway, the point being, it's just a representation to be able to compare to where it was last year. But overall, the new stack is really the master plan or some sort of plan for the future. The Riverbend Playground, which has been our new focus for this year. And then looks like actually with all the numbers, tennis courts is up there. Community center passive, which would be more of the potential indoor space, I believe is what we talked about with the passive and active.
Yes.
And recreation, indoor recreation was active down below on number 6. So that was more of the fitness center.
Right, because we decided to split it out because just saying community center can mean so many different things.
Right.
So.
Right. Indoor pool was still perceived to be high.
So am I reading your numbers right? They're all 18s, or are they all?
I went by 18, and then I went by whether we ranked in the top 3, and then also whether it should be done in 18, 19, or 20. So when there was the next category. So if it's 18, but I had 3 that said it was in the top 3.
Yep.
And I didn't, some people said 1, 2, 3, and in the end, I just said it's a within the top 3 that got a check mark.
Makes sense.
So for me, it was all about playing with numbers to try and figure out how to order it.
You gotta break the tie somehow. That makes sense.
So the tiebreakers were really if it was in the top 3 or if it was said something to be done in next year. As you look, even the 18s. Mm-hmm. So it seemed to stack that way. Even with tennis courts, it was an 18, but 3 said we should do it in the top 3 priority, and 2 of us said it should be something done next year. And then, community center passive was, there was 1 person didn't say it should be in the top 3. So it fell 1 step below. In the end, it's still just a recommendation list of things that we think are important and what the community or the committee put together as a number. And, as you go down it,
the board would say, well, I still think number 6 should be done next because it just works with something else going on, or number 5 or 7 or whatever.
Or magically, there's a whole lot of extra space at Riverbend, so what else can we stick in there?
Right. Just a lot of extra space for drainage.
How
about water?
Pool there.
A pool.
There you go.
Outdoor splash pad. So anyway, I sent this out, was that yesterday?
Yes.
Yeah.
All the days blur together, but I sent it out yesterday, so I just wanted to, I didn't know if anyone would have a chance to look at it and actually understand it. There was a lot of comments, and I just compiled everyone's comments into the right. I don't know if we wanted to go through all those, but definitely there were still questions in there. I know, Todd, you had a lot of questions in there, just about,
I'm the new guy, so I just was.
do I understand what this is? Well, it's fine. And I'll throw out that there was also the, I don't think that document's been updated for like 3 years, that Word document that went with it.
Mm-hmm.
And so really it's an understanding of what we have talked about in here for what those words mean. And I didn't go back and update the Word document.
So one of the things that was commented on over and over here is that it sort of feels like today we're okay. And it feels like we're going to have a great deal of population change with a lot of houses coming in. How does that map to what we really need to have in future years? How does that play into this? But that was just, you'll notice, continuing theme of Todd and the comments.
I read the majority of the comments. After a while, I was like, gotta get it done.
Do we have any model of what the population looks like next year, the year after with the housing?
Well, we don't have a specific, I mean, we've got
I haven't
directional,
updated this
but,
document.
there's 1,500 homes. Wait, I'm sorry, not 1,500 homes.
So
It's 1,400
Yeah.
homes coming in, but, the rate and pace at which they get built out is going to be market driven.
Yeah.
Cal Monte took a long time to get built out because the market cratered in the middle of it. And I think we all can acknowledge the market's softening, so whether or not this gets built out at the speed that they want to build it out, I don't know, but the FDPs are all coming fast and furious over the next few months to get everything else that's in concept into FDP form.
So I think the other thing to throw out there with those comments is that this column on the far left was the potentially in the Superior Town Center parks. So therefore, because we're talking about community parks that are within a distribution or a distance from a home. So as they build out new residents over here, these other parks here will also feed that. And, some of the things within the PROSTAC master plan from 2005, somewhere back in there, that one had a distance from every home to a park. And within that, some of the amenities that were, every house should be within a mile of a basketball court, or, and we're a 4 square mile town and we have a basketball court and here, we have tennis courts here. So as you develop and add more people, if tennis courts are a new piece that would be recommended or, short on for the overall population, maybe the Superior Town Center would have a tennis court or something in those discussions, So, it's like, can I fit a new little half circle basketball court at the, park? So some of these were identified within that, and I don't know with the parks 1 and 2 how much has changed or if these are still valid. Because there has been some rework with the creek redesign, and so where the park space and active space and play space. But I guess that's where, that's where those are flagged there, because it's kind of like, well, we think they're going to happen, but we don't know. And that's where, again, you go back to, in the master plan, do we think they're going to happen there? And do we going to push to happen there? Or do we push to happen at Town 15 or Autry Park? Or, those are, I think, to me, the key kind of recreation opportunities, potentially. Other than that, I mean, a lot of the parks are already built out, and there's not a lot of space to add more amenities. And we do have a lot of amenities in town, though.
A perfect example is an outdoor pool, right? If you think about the 4 square miles, where could it physically go? And then if you think about the fact there's 1,500 new homes here, is there even enough capacity for a 30% increase to the usage of our existing pools, and how far that we are away from downtown Superior. So that starts to kind of tell you where things may end up having to need to be.
Mm-hmm. And we, on this staffing side of things, we're pretty cognizant of the growth. And something that may be worth doing, maybe even a little bit later this year, is to dust off the master plan. Was a 5 parks master plan for downtown.
Yeah.
It's been picked and pulled and changed and refined, and we've been through a board change, and timing has shifted. And I don't remember who on this group was part of that. I know, Ron, you were. But we went through a really kind of long, robust conversation with the public to master plan those 5 parks. And we've been opportunistic about how we built them. Tract H was part of that, Parks 1 and 2. But I think it's a great question, and it's something that, should, as you guys are looking at changing over playgrounds or playground material, starting to pay attention to. We maybe find now, but we're starting to find that generationally things are changing over, and now we're, it's kind of interesting. When I first started 9 years ago, we were looking at tweens and teens, and now we're almost all the way back down to toddlers and newborns again. And those are things that I think that this document, if we wanted to kind of morph it and change it, or if the board is ever interested in some kind of short to mid-range planning, would be great. But yeah, I could see the developer, if Toll Brothers comes in, which I'm assuming at some point they're going to submit, you're going to see Park 3 over by the cemetery, which was, kind of this split between the master developer and the town building this great park. And at the time we had called it was going to be active. We were talking courts, we were talking aggressive, hill climbing kind of stuff, embankment slide,
to a dog park, to a tennis court.
Yeah, tennis
And we
court.
went over and looked at it and realized it's like this. And like, where do you guys put tennis courts?
You dig them out.
So I think it's realistic to say that project will come forward sooner rather than later. And that would be, so I actually appreciated kind of the thought on some of that, and it kind of even reminded me that we should probably spend some time on that category. Or as we're looking at river bends, or we're looking at potentials at White Raven,
And even it comes into even the park right over here in original town.
Children's.
Well, not only children's, but if they're developing from the plans that I've seen in Rogers, they have 2 new parks in there too that are about the size of Children's, but Children's is kind of this unused plot, and now there'll be these new parks within this new kind of build out. So, and then you also have Founders and the, what's the one, the new development over there?
Coal Creek Crossing.
Coal Creek Crossing, yeah. In amongst the Highlands, there's that one little central park in there. So it's not really a community park, it's kind of their development park. But, there's a lot of parks when you really count them, of how many parks are in just original town, and you're like, you got like potentially 5. And that doesn't include Ostie and the one right next to us, I can't remember the name. Grasso, yeah. So 8 parks in just the original town. So, yeah. Anyway, I don't know how we want to go through this, or, I mean, to me, we reorganized it, but reorganizing it is one thing, and I don't know if I'm fully confident with a lot of the questions. I think it's good discussion to have before we finalize a recommendation of this is our amenity list,
I think too, there's probably some validity to having Corbett, Nerea, Dan.
More input.
Yeah, this.
Until Ron showed up, didn't even have quorum.
I don't, this to me, I'd rather see the committee spend time really vetting it out. There's no timelines tied.
Well, my first comment on this is, if we turn this in, the first question the board's going to ask is, what are you guys talking about with number 1?
Right.
Because I'm sitting there asking, and you are too, what are you talking about, number one? Everybody except for me voted high on it. I voted low on it, because I'm like, we've had the master plan discussion on this thing forever. And you guys even did the project on it, and they were like, we're never gonna get this done. It's
too difficult.
It's too difficult.
To do the whole master plan.
So if you're talking about
if you're talking about a cut down version of it.
You need to explain that.
Right. And the other thing I had is when I compiled all this, I saw Corbett put numbers on the bottom. No one else did. And I started looking on the bottom and said, well, some of these, I don't remember, we put them to maintenance
Because
items.
they're consistently working.
Because they're consistently working, but, ADA surfacing for existing playgrounds.
Maybe it should be in
Is
there,
that
yeah.
a high priority that we want to swap out and, improve the existing playgrounds before we add new amenities?
Yeah.
So is that really a non-voting maintenance item, or is it something that we need to put within the priority list in order to get taken care of before I add on?
Well, once it said non-voting, I didn't even look at them, so.
Well, in some of these, non-voting, the BVSD partnership and effort of utilizing their space, I'm like, that's more of a negotiation with a community shareholder partner.
These
the
are
off-street
items, we
pond.
put these items here just so we wouldn't forget about them. to be
Right.
honest with you.
Right.
That doesn't mean they can't move up.
Sure.
And this is exactly the reason we did it, and I think we did this many years ago.
Yeah.
Even before I was on, I don't even remember.
Yeah.
So that somebody would say, hey, wait a minute, this ADA stuff, we need to
Right.
stop
Well, and
thinking this is not important anymore,
Right.
because maybe, again.
The last one that was interesting to me was the outdoor teen amenity. And I'm like, well, an outdoor teen amenity is something that we should be looking at incorporating into potentially Riverbend. And it was something that was identified, and it took them all, the whole process of founders from what we just looked at. So it's like adding those teen amenities throughout is just when you have that opportunity.
Well, for Riverbend in particular, if we don't want toddlers drowning in the lake, maybe put, teen things down there.
Yeah,
Wow.
We don't want the kids sliding down in the lake either on the boogie board or something.
Loving this. This is a good discussion. But anyway, yeah, I definitely, after looking at it, I didn't feel like it's something that we want to finalize this month, but I definitely wanted to have discussion on it. And, and actually, knowing I sent it out yesterday, not everyone had a lot of time to look at it either, so. But yeah, I think, looking through the comments and looking through really what people are thinking and, adding that to the discussion and really maybe reevaluating one more time, but.
I think it's a really good first draft.
Yeah. Well, now I have the spreadsheet figured out on how to add it all up. I was like, how does this thing add?
That's Peter's concoction.
Yeah.
Jim just did it, but Jim just put everywhere he wanted. Peter actually had a mathematical
Yeah,
formula.
he did. He tried to apply a little method.
Jim was just like, no, this is one, this is two. Then we just sit here and have a fight for about an hour.
I just wanted to figure out a
Like,
spreadsheet
that's
that
not number one,
auto-calculated
that's
for
not
me.
even top.
So anyway, and then not only that, if there's any other, amenities that we wanted to add or even take off, because I noticed like skate park, we left it on there. We kind of said potentially remove.
Yeah.
And, it was low.
Well, isn't it done? Or, it's like,
done,
it's
yeah.
there, it exists.
Right. Right. And I think the discussion that we had was in case there was any other additional add-on to it.
Well, I think
kind of
we
like the
leave
bike
it on
park.
because we may
Yeah.
want to grow it.
Right.
So.
But then it's like, well, the bike park should be another line item on here, because if I'm growing the skate park, does the bike park, skate park kind of become one? And is there more coordinated trails that I can ride a bike on or a skateboard? And even some of the trail connectivities that we talked about early on, I don't know where those ended up. Sorry, that gets into my trail,
What we
man.
could potentially do is actually try to put just some rough guidelines around what this document is. Items don't get removed, they get, they stay on the list, or maybe there's an expansion category. Because you're right, this has now gone through 3 chairs, and it is kind of hard to figure out what the madness is.
Well, and I look back.
Oh, sorry.
No, go.
The column 4 budget for next year I've always struggled with, because my personal opinion is we should look at this from, what do we think is most important, agnostic of budget. So I almost don't want to put any X's in that because ideally you budget everything for next year, right? Is that realistic? No. And also there's no guideline for how many things you can X off or check off for budget for next year. Can we do 1 or can we do 10? So I don't know about the value of that column, I guess is what I'm saying. Like,
well, and I always wondered, I could really go through and say everything is high.
True.
Because I was like, you should be able to pick 5 highs, 5 lows, and the rest are medium.
Right.
I don't, I mean, maybe there is an opportunity to kind of put some parameters around this. It's a really useful tool, and to Ron's earlier comment, we've had to break it out in really short order. But we've got a lot of new people on this committee. At one point we said ADA came off because that should have been more of a board priority. Trails aren't on it. Trails are on a separate.
That's one I always struggle with.
Maybe there's an opportunity to say, here's like the 10 guiding rules, and you guys can, as a group, decide whatever those are. And then as it gets passed on from committee to committee, or as new members come on, there's like, step 1, budget out.
Yeah.
Or budget in, or whatever it is. Have trails are treated under a separate document. Playground assessment, is a separate, something along those lines may kind of help with that.
Well, it's interesting because to me, I'm like, this amenity list to me is, if the board wanted to know what's the most important thing they should spend their money on, they should go to the amenity list and look at it and say, these are my top 5 items, and the top 4 are too expensive, but the 5th one is something within our budget this year, and I think it'd be really good and beneficial for the community, and that's what we should do. And to me, I'm like, I always look at this and I say the 5-year trail plan is separate, but I always want to put, I feel like I want to put a line that says top 3 trails, and just say it's one of the priorities to take care of the top 3 trails off of this list, and say, okay, well, let's go to the trail list and say, there's 10 trails and they're getting less, let's do the top 3, and the top 2 I can afford, the top 3rd one I can't.
Well, unless you put it all together, I don't know how you,
Like, how do I know?
I don't know how it's useful.
Well, and that's where the board looks at us as the recommendation and saying, well, you're giving me the priority list and then you're giving me a trail list, which one am I supposed to look at first? And then it's a board decision to say, I think trails are more important than whatever amenity you asked for.
And I think what's come out to me right now is, in terms of ADA compliance, that wouldn't even be on the list.
No, because it's down,
it wouldn't even show up in what you submit. And if we had $100,000 that rolled into our pocket somehow,
right?
How would we look to PROSTAC to help prioritize that, or what have you already given to the board that would lay that out, and it's missing?
Well, and to me,
and maybe it's not a priority, but that's at least it should be, it should be a comprehensive list, so that if we have to.
But to address your comment about that, the reason is, before Wildflower Park, there was a trails budget. There was money to be spent for trails.
Right.
Hence why we had to have trails. And the amenity list is perfect example again as it's funny how Wildflower is basically defying this committee, because it took away all our trail money because we're using that to pay back
the
Wildflower, which is nothing to do with trails, by the way. And then on top of that, we have the purpose of this list came in really handy. And just like you said, all of a sudden the board's like, hey, we're building this park tomorrow. We don't have time to do any more community engagement. It's done. We've already decided to build it.
Right.
We got all our feedback from all the processes we went through. Now we went through the amenity list and goes, hey, look, slackline or whatever was all this stuff, the basketball court, all this stuff was on here. They put it, so that's what the amenity list for, which is why I'm a little worried about the PROSTAC plan being on top, because that's kind of an internal agenda item, not something. Well, again, it could be a budget item if we want to have the board say, look, we need $500,000 to update the master plan. Mm-hmm. Is that kind of what is? I guess that's my question.
Well, and I guess I go back and forth with this is our amenity list, but each committee has a list, right? So you have the recycling and energy and art, and it's like, so when you look at 7 committees, 5, 7,
6 just in Parks and Rec.
6 committees, and you say, here's the 6 committee lists, Oh, and PROSTAC has 2. So let's make it 12, because everyone has 12 lists, right? Of what they want to do. And here's their hot priorities.
What would actually be useful to the board? I mean,
Yeah,
Since you're new.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I guess this is a part where, speaking for myself, a comprehensive list, one list, this sort of reflects what this committee thinks the board and the town should be spending money on. And it could be coded with amenities, like if we have space in a park, here's what we do for amenities. Or if we just have cash, here's how we think we should be spending the money, whether it's advancing the trails project, ADA compliance, throw in extra amenities. Wildflower still got a lot of, space for potential, additional amenities. Like, how does PROSTAC think, if there's an extra $50,000, $100,000, how should that get allocated? And I don't think it has to be exclusive to, trails, or it has to be exclusive to amenities. And that's the kind of way that I view it, because I think we've got to be cognizant. That's a good point. I think we got to be cognizant people use this town very differently, and we don't want to focus on any single item, and can spread it around as much as possible.
Well, and I'll go back to the number 1 item on here. To me, I think that I was kind of shaken up last year by let's do the pickleball court, let's do the skate park, and how much we spent our time just spinning going, can I put it over there? I don't know, doesn't fit. Can I put it over there? What about that park? We were like hunting to find things in the community to put an amenity in. And that's where, to me, I go back to the master plan. If it's a 5-year plan of parks and trails and just open space, because really we don't have as much, when you look at this big PROS master plan, there's a huge amount of information in that. But if you go down and just whittle it down to the open space opportunities that are on the left, the recreation potential that could be put into those, and the trail connectivity that are in there, you can whittle out a lot of the extra stuff that was in that document. And this provides a guiding factor for a lot of the committees. Open space, PROSTAC, CAPS. I mean, I don't know what CAPS, how do they determine where art goes? Wherever they feel like it, and they just say, here's
So
what
CAPS is approved, so remember this is the thing, CAPS is approved to do a master plan. So that's, right, I mean, so let's.
But again, I'm like, if there's an art master plan, it really is telling me what could potentially go in open type space or in art type spaces.
Yeah.
So it really is already feeding to this.
Yeah.
It's just one piece of it. And open space has a piece of it. And parks and trails should be a piece of it.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, that's where, to me, I'm like, it has a guiding direction. And if you get that done for $50,000, whatever number it is, that provides you direction on the rest of everything in the amenity list.
It's true. It helps with the priority.
Because if you don't have that, it's all
Playing whack-a-mole.
just different discussions on which one each individual feels fits best, or fits within the budget, or fits within, I found a space to put a pool. Let's put it right there.
It's planned versus ad hoc.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So is it an amenity? No, but it guides the amenities. So if you had the amount.
Well, it was done already, we wouldn't have to worry about it.
Right, it's not an amenity. but
Right.
It's not done.
And I mean, Peter and I looked at that for I don't know how long, and it was just like, it just overwhelmed me. I didn't have enough time to continue to push forward on it.
But you have to hire somebody. We already agreed to that, so.
Yeah.
Right. So, but anyway, that's where I think that is important. And I think more than anything, it comes back to, and we have, it's on our work plan here, but meeting with the board and talking through some of this stuff is really, I think, important for us to know we're heading in the right direction. Because I think, we have a lot of amenities here. I think there's different discussions we can have about each one. I don't want to go into each one, but that master plan discussion would be important. I really want to know White Raven, what's going on there, and what, because we continue to get feedback that we want to park there from the community. But I don't know how to react to that or how to allocate our time for that. So that's where, that dinner with the board is important. And I know it's not set up yet. We're probably in like February or March. Well, actually, we are in February.
Yeah,
in March or April.
April, May.
Yeah, there's only one meeting in March.
You were given the direction, right? Riverbend first, then we'll worry about White Raven, right?
Right.
Isn't that kind of
Riverbend's budgeted. So
Riverbend's
that's
the way to go.
Yeah. So
White
that's-
Ribbon's just, I put it on the work plan more for in the future if we have direction from the board, we can move on it. But other than that, it's just per direction of the board.
Yeah, no, this has been good because I think the board does need to hear about the absence, or rather, there's a lot of plans that this town have that are just getting really old.
Yeah.
Our transportation plan is from 2014, before downtown Superior started getting moving. So how do we even think about traffic anymore? The comprehensive master plan is 2012, right? I mean, a lot of that is a guiding principle, but a lot of it is getting outdated, potentially. I mean, a lot of these just need to get dusted off and maybe just branded with a new cover, and then we're okay with it, but others have fundamentally changed. I think the transportation one, because we talked about the diverging diamond interchange, which we now have, and what has that done? I mean, pros and cons, what do we have to do anything to address it, to adapt to that?
Well, and that's where I guess you go back to the PROSTAC master plan. There's certain pieces in there that describe, 2,000 residents equals a basketball court, 5,000 equals one pool, or whatever. There's some of that baseline kind of that you can kind of keep, but a lot of it has Town 9 and all kinds of stuff to add to Town 9.
Right.
And half of that is just you get rid of it all, and all you have left is these 5 spaces, and you could put these amenities on it, and you're within this zone.
Well, there are recreational trends that exist now that didn't even exist in 05. Right? And you figure the Parks and Rec Department itself didn't even exist until 02, 03.
That's really a point.
So yeah, and I agree. I actually think this is probably one of the most beneficial dialogues that I've heard you guys have around like this document, because we're a reactionary town. And in some cases that's been really beneficial, because Wildflower Park was a need. The board came up with a really creative outside of the box way to think about it. But yeah, having some parameters around it, and maybe something that we could do is, it's been a while, but I can even do kind of a budget 101 with you guys to kind of show you what the different funding sources are, and what open space can and can't be used for, and how the capital budget works, and the two big things that you're up against is general fund having to pay back open space for Wildflower,
Right.
which ultimately was a good thing, but we weren't supposed to even build Wildflower until this year. And then, when the elected officials opted to pull the creek out of Parks 1 and 2 and build the creek separate from the parks and fund that out of open space. So it took you back even more. And then to fund the creek, then we had to eliminate trails. And then to fund the payback on Wildflower Park, you have to reduce what you're spending your capital dollars on. And those things get, I think, lost in the shuffle a little bit.
And that's where, to me, like a reset of this master plan would be money well spent. That isn't a huge amount, but because, I feel, been doing this a few years, Ron, you've been doing it more than me, but I feel we reorganize an amenity list, and, it's like, I don't care if I put it in next year or not, because it probably won't get done next year.
Yeah.
Because it's still, to me, the only reason I like that next year or high importance of number 1, 2, 3 was I could, break the ties. And reorganize it based on something other than just say, they're all 18s.
And maybe to minimize ties, just have a simple list. You have one column, rank 1 through 20, right? And you'll have fewer ties.
Right.
Because you won't be able to rank 5 things high.
Right. And then the lowest number, I have to work that out with my numbers.
Lowest number wins.
Number 20 is the best one.
Yeah, whatever the formula is.
The highest number wins.
That's how I would organize it. Be like, look, here's the list, rank it 1 through 20.
Yeah.
Keep it simple, and
So. Yeah. But anyway, I don't know, we can do another round of this. I really feel like we should bring the ADA accessibility up in the playgrounds, the top 3 trails, as a bullet point item. And I don't want to take this meeting too much longer, but I would like to just touch base on the trails and just go through the document once. And
and then I'll figure out how I need to change it.
And then I do on that trails plan have one item that I'd like to review with you guys. It's a little bit time sensitive in terms of us applying for a Dr. Cog application.
Are we late?
Can you bring up this one?
Yeah.
Because to me, I'm like, there's this list, and if everyone can read and figure out where these are, I always look for the map to say, what number is that?
Yep.
And so now I need to go back and clean up this list somehow to tie to, I would like to tie it to this plan.
Okay, so
But I don't know, because it's also shared with the team, right?
Right, so the black and white sheet
Again.
matches the kind of generic spreadsheet.
Which is number 1 through 20 on the right.
Right.
So these are the numbers that count, these numbers don't matter, or what?
I don't remember what those numbers are on the list anymore.
Okay.
Honestly, I think they were ranking at one
Yeah,
time.
left
And
is
then that
left
equals
is
the
the
number on
trail
the
number,
sheet.
right is the.
All right, so how this works is this is the ranking.
Oh,
This is the ranking.
Yes.
I didn't look at
The
it, I just
board,
sent it out.
we used to do an A, B, C, D, and that didn't resonate with some of the elected officials, so we're trying to rank, but then they wanted numeric, so that's what that is, and I knew we would talk about it.
so this number 16 here, is that number 16?
No.
It's
Is it the 16 on the right or the left?
Right,
it's this 16.
okay, so your dark gray column that starts with town center trail connections.
That's
that-
number 1,
That's your top priority.
As of last year.
but it's also number 1 on the document.
Yeah,
It's also number 1 on the map?
No.
Or is
that's
it-
17. Next to Town Center Trail.
17 is a Franco trail.
Okay, yeah, so
Oh, boy.
I'm a little confused. Yeah, you're right, 17 is the Franklin Trails, but Town Center Trail Connections has always ranked very high. So if it truly is number 1 on the map, which it is, then the left column, I don't think is the ranking, that's all
I
I'm saying.
haven't changed this document in a while.
Okay.
A year.
Yeah.
6.
And,
Because OSAC also had a ranking too, and then we had a
Is that
combined
way
ranking from OSAC and PROSTAC.
And 17 is.
Breeze, Davidson,
I have a feeling that the
Yeah.
right-hand column is the trail number and the
There we
left-hand
go.
column was a ranking.
Well, to me, I guess the key that I had was
That might not be right.
some of the ones on the black and white
So
map.
just look at
6
the
is
right
definitely
column.
right, on the left. 6 is definitely the, no, maybe
It's in
not.
the soft.
It's 6 is,
All right, so here, let's simplify this really quick. All right,
so forget this.
so you have conflicting rankings with OSAC. That's actually probably what this is.
Okay.
Your 1 through 20 is your prioritization. Your 1 through 20 matches what this is. So your number 1 priority is Town Center Trail Connection. Your number 2 priority looks like it's soft surface, McCaslin. That adds up. And on the sheet that,
3 is Davidson.
and if you
OSAC.
see, right, so asterisk is in project or under construction. So scrap that. That's probably what looks like OSAC's number.
so the numbers down the left, we don't care about.
Nope.
Yeah, just get rid of the numbers on the left. That's the easy answer.
There you go.
Okay.
That looks like that's probably how that thing was flushed out.
So this was updated then.
This is a new number. Yeah, so the color map's the same.
Yeah, you provided with the context and you overlaid town center.
We're good.
Right, because the thing I did on the colored map was I copied in the town center and dropped in what I saw was trails, and then I drew in the yellow trails of what I hope to be built. But really, everything in there is on a road. There is no standalone trail in town center. So as much as we say trail connectivity is our number 1 priority in town center, it's all based on their roads.
Yeah.
The only thing we have left is when they build the Anderson property, that dash line goes through and the trail maintains on the bottom half.
And that one is already part of their FDP.
Right. And then I don't know what whatever that road is along 36, I can never remember.
Well, it's Promenade.
It's called Promenade.
Yeah. And then there's the, yeah.
Or would you like me to bring yours up?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I like mine. Don't you know that? Come on.
I like that one too.
Yours is very confusing.
Mine's very confusing?
Just kidding, it's a joke.
Come on now. Yeah, I'm done. Ron's taking over.
All right, so I'm gonna,
The red and green is just, I like my old black and white, that's all.
Well,
let me give you just kind of a quick, in the context of time.
but to an extent, some of the green ones are done, right?
I think that was your.
That was my comment, that the green ones are done, so why are they still on the list on the right? I want to take them off.
Because until they're completed, we never take them off. Are they officially completed? That was the rule. There was a simple rule. Once they were completed, we took them
Didn't
off.
they redid McCaslin down to the bridge, so Rogers Farm, that last number, and it's
This
down
is not
past.
done.
Gone, yeah.
The only thing is, well,
But
it's done
last
to
year,
the,
last year they weren't
roundabout,
done though.
right?
Has to be completely done to remove it.
I know, I still want to remove it off. Just give me the last 50 feet, because it's really the bridge, right?
Yeah. Okay, so
So,
let's go over a couple of quick things. So yes, Calmonte 5 and 20 are complete.
right, so 5 I'm crossing off,
And 20.
and 20.
From Roundabout to Rock Creek is complete.
So, but that's number 2, right? Number 2 is complete. Because number 2 is extend soft surface trail connection along west side of McCaslin
Yep.
to Rock Creek Neighborhood Trail
Yeah,
connection
so
by Key
two is complete, part of 4 is complete.
Part of 4 is complete, but I'll leave 4 because it'll cover the crossing of the bridge and any Rogers Farm, right?
Yep. Yeah. So the update that I want to kind of run by you guys is we've done some cost estimating. So as you guys know, right, we're doing the Dr. Cog, what we call the Dr. Cog Trail, the old Star to Star Trail. Construction will begin from McCaslin Underpass to the Davidson Mesa. That'll begin in March. But we have not come to any conclusion on crossing Marshall Road at the Davidson Mesa Underpass. It's a state highway, there's a lot of players involved, which I think was one of the key reasons for keeping 3 here. So a lot like that trail, there's an opportunity for us to go out again for grant funding to do a regional trail connection. We were originally looking at taking the 36 bikeway up to where it bends over and goes to a vista and carrying that all the way down along Anderson, over 88 or under 88, through Zaharias, back behind HHR, and connecting with the regional Rock Creek Trail. So after we did an initial cost estimate for that, when you get over on this side of 88th, you guys see it when you're driving on the highway, there's just tons of drainage and there's tons of alleys and there's, the initial cost estimate is $6 million. So, which isn't gonna pass the sniff test with anybody. It's not gonna get us likely grant money. It's probably not something that the elected officials, it's not something that staff felt overly comfortable or responsible going to the elected officials to mention. So I think that there's some real possibility right here. And then another option that Alex Arenello, our Public Works Director, and I kind of came up with and quickly vetted by the board because we're up against a really tight timeline and we don't want to miss on this opportunity, is building Trail 14 here, hopefully getting some funding.
That'd be 1A.
1A.
I'm sorry, is that 1A? Yep. All right, so getting this trail
It's
built,
1.
going ahead and then coming down 88 and making significant improvements on 88 and then getting down in here to Autry Park and then go ahead and paving the concrete trail or the crusher fine trail. So, right, there's some uncertainty and there's some unknowns up here that are just, they're not realistic. You've got HHR. There's still probably not a lot of hope from Boulder County that we're ever going to be able to cross into this property. There may or may not be a development application that you guys will be asked to consider on Zaharias. Obviously, there's going to be some individuals who are going to have strong opinions about putting a walkway that close to the water's edge. We 88 is something that's always been a high priority for staff, making sure it's safe for the kids to get to and from school. So this opportunity to maybe get grant funding for 1A and then just come down 88 and do some signage, some safety, and then connect down into the park, maybe an opportunity that we can get funding and kind of circumvent
So
all
does that mean
this.
you'd redo 88th the road, or
No.
maybe redo a bikeway on the east side?
Yeah.
Or the west side.
I think
The west side
East
has a sidewalk.
Yeah, it's the east side.
And,
So it's the east side
and I
is
think that
blank.
there's a couple of different options. It could be signage package, it could be delineators, it could be a number of different things that kind of call that out. It could be, maybe using right-of-way over on this side to make it safe passage. So that was something that I wanted to kind of run by you guys and let you know that in this opportunity that we've got out there now with just the timing, the whole time we're pitching this until we got the cost estimates back maybe 2 weeks ago, and it was like, you gotta be kidding. 6 bridges, it would take six bridges between 88 and where you can connect down here. And our thought was, okay,
Or you go underneath or over 88
I was
to
just gonna say-
the right side.
it's redundant. It's a completely redundant trail. This actually is an opportunity for us to say, I think we have some good traction to say, look, we would want future town center residents plus residents here to be able to get to our skate park, our bike park, and a regional trail. It gives people the opportunity here to get onto a regional trail that could then connect into Boulder County open space. We've always prioritized paving this down here. With your guys' recent discussions about this becoming more of an extension of community park, I think it's a good opportunity. So with that, know that we're going to submit it. I know it's not on the plan right now.
We need to add it.
I think it makes sense, given that this is just astronomical.
Yeah.
So,
I guess my biggest thing is just, what you're doing on 88. Because it seems to me 88th would be, just because it's really undeveloped on the east side and it's curb and sidewalk on the west side, the east side has a lot of potential with the holes that area's property and, are we really putting in a sidewalk there and then they're going to come and cut in different curb cuts and, roadway and everything. So, just how does that?
But there's
react?
always been a model to upgrade 88th.
Right.
At some point, it's going to have to be upgraded.
Well, but again, with this grant, you're getting a grant for the trail money, but then, the infrastructure of the roadway is where I kind of, it's still
Yeah.
trail money, right?
it'd be trail.
And so it has to be trail of some sort.
multimodal. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's a great connection. It's just a matter of, how that
Yeah.
monetarily, how they split the money and where the construction is.
And our hope is that, through some of the match, you have Anderson, that we're gonna obviously ask for trail money. We're getting closer, I feel like we're getting closer on Toll Brothers and some alignments in here, and you can get some opportunity there. So it could be one of those where you have developer money, town money, and Dr. Cog funds going. So that's the only update I wanted to kind of throw at you guys, just because we're time sensitive on that one.
Okay.
We need to delete a few numbers, add a few new numbers in, and
Right, well, and I was gonna put in the 1A, B, C, D up there in our list. Because it's really town center trails, and then just, I was gonna put a 1 underneath it. They'll all still be in the same one. Because
yeah, but that 1A probably needs to be numbered, because that's kind of important.
it was all in the town
I
center
understand.
white box. So it all fell in the same to me.
But that's coming into Anderson Farm and right? So.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's Anderson here.
That's-
And this one's an existing trail.
Yep.
I just didn't know if it was gonna be paved or not.
It's paved.
And then this was gonna be the roadway,
It's in the FDP.
roadway/trail. And then that was, I didn't know. But-
Actually, the builder, BCN, says that thing will be open by the late spring, early fall.
And honestly, this park is built right now, and that roadway is all built. So really, this trail is built to the one side of the bridge, and then built on the other side, all the way to wherever the road stops up here. Because it's all on the road, it's not a standalone trail.
Yeah.
So the only thing that's really left is if there's a connection. I didn't know if there was a connection over here by the cemetery, I think it is, and the bridge across. If there's any connection down, it might be a steep one though.
Well, and I think we're waiting to see what the ultimate street alignment's going to be over there.
Right, and I think the only reason I was doing is that blue trail right there was that representation here.
Yeah.
So, and then that blue trail is the one that you're saying grant money for this here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, well, I can remove some, and that one will be, that you said April? Dr. Cog?
The construction will start by March. The grant application's like out.
Okay. This one comes off too. And I don't remember.
Number 9 comes off?
No, it's this one. This one's built.
That one's complete.
Oh.
I wouldn't take the Dr. Cog trail because until we figure out what they're gonna.
No, I'm leaving it. Yeah, I'm leaving that one. I was like, this one's built.
Yep.
This one is a road we just talked about, maybe more, because it kind of goes with a trail mark to something that's not there anymore. It's just on the dirt road and make it more distinct. For those that haven't seen this, and I'm just trying to quickly, roughly go through it. What else was next? That one was the concrete one you just talked about. There was a question about whether or not there's any trail development within the Frisbee golf area, because there is a trail on that side as well. So and then all the development with the skate park, and that comes into skate park. I don't know I haven't been down there, but if there's a concrete trail to access from the concrete trail to the skate park.
Yep.
Or are the kids just walking their bike on the gravel?
Right.
Or their
Has
scooters?
Shares taken out the bid?
No, OSAC asked that we delay that project due to a potential raptor migration.
So the which?
The Shan Shan Trailhead.
Really?
So we won't do that until the end of summer or fall.
Huh. Okay. And then down here, just to let you know, the 18 and 19 were always on the Boulder County open space, and they continually say no, no, no. Right? So that's why they were in red. They were kind of like, really? And 14 was through the back of the houses, and there was a lot of drainage issues. 6 was just a connection from the picnic table in there over, it was like a little circle in there over to the road. And then I'm not really sure which one was, I think it was 6 went along the chasm. And then 8 was always the Coyote Ridge upgrades to the bike, or the trail maintenance. And I think we've done a lot of trail maintenance out there, and I don't know, I think it's been pretty well maintained since. And then this one, there was always a question. I thought there was something laid out, and there was always discussions about whether that was an issue or whether it was okay. And I don't know, we just kind of let it lie. And it was always tied to the slide.
Oh, so it's such a steep trail right there.
Right, because it's the one that everyone goes straight up the hill, and they were going to do more of an ADA cut back and forth.
Right.
And that was going to tie into the embankment slide, but the embankment slide got too expensive, so the whole embankment slide in this trail all just kind of went away.
Right, because there were also concerns by residents, privacy issues.
Right, I think there was one that was worried about it, but I thought that there was a route that didn't get into the...
Yep, that goes
behind the hill?
Yep.
I don't know. So that one was one I was like, I don't know if we wanted to put that back on there. It's just a question of with that connection there or not. I know we talked about at one point, it's like you can do it almost as a community thing and just cut in the trail, but you just need somebody to stake it out and then you can go cut it in.
Yeah, and we dropped some markers back there and did some visual tests, and there is a potential alignment. I think the smart thing would be is to probably run that back by the board. Right. And then I think you probably want to reach out to those residents who had concerns and say, hey, we've got a plan B that could work.
Right. So anyway, I think, it's all getting there. And this one, the question marks here was there's a dirt trail that that's like a 88 fire truck access or something that drives right down there and ties into the other trail, but it's kind of dead ends right there. So I didn't know if that was something that there's a viability. Anyway,
This is the one that's really expensive, right?
Yeah,
it's actually right from here to here is the expensive part.
Yeah, I mean, it was
The rest of
a
it's
little bit, it wasn't as bad as the 6 million, but I want to say that we were like,
it's like $1 million, something.
yeah, because you're dealing with the retaining walls there as you get the steep drop off. So that's a Rock Creek drainage. And we were trying to get, separated from McCaslin, so you had like a recreational trail along McCaslin, and every time we tried to do that, the thing just went through the roof.
And that's where I guess, the question for me comes in, that can you create a connection to the trail here and along McCaslin? Because I see people running out on that road a lot.
Yeah, that's true.
And can we do that similar to the north side of town? Can we do something on the south side of town, south of Colton, down in this zone, similar to up here? And then right here, yeah, you have to get out on the road for that portion, but at least it'd be a smaller portion than, because that's the $1 million in that bridge.
It was all right there.
It's all right there, where this is fairly, cost, fairly decent price.
Normal price.
Yeah, versus $1 million, it's like 200,000 or something, I don't know. Anyway, okay. And then I think that was everything. I just didn't know about some of these last, if there was any other connections. I think I was questioning whether there was a connection to the tract H in this zone, because like the road like almost comes right up to it, but I didn't know if there's a final connection. So, because otherwise the tract H is such a long, kind of, you can't get on and off it except for like right here or way down at the end.
Yeah, we're anticipating connection, if not to, once we know what those.
But again, everything in the white.
One in McCaslin too, right?
Right, and everything in the white zone is really dictated by the developer.
Yeah.
But, in order to push them on something, we have to have a plan like this to say, hey, you guys checking on this?
Yeah.
So, anyway.
Your work plan is that meeting with RC Superior to talk about trail alignment.
Oh, that's
so we'll
right.
work on setting that up.
Somebody added that in. I don't think I added that one on my work plan.
Yeah, no, I think Ken
Right.
Lish added that one in for both committees to meet.
I'm just saying that it's not on my one that I check against because I didn't add it. So, anyway, we're way past our time. So, unless there's any other discussion.
Just, we're gonna meet with the board.
Couldn't tell you.
We're working on it.
Last thing would be any updates. So annual joint meeting with the town board is going to be whenever,
Working on it.
in a month,
Yeah.
2 months, 3 months. And then Arbor Day, April 27th, Autry.
What was they?
Okay? Anything else? In there?
Let me know if you guys want to be at Arbor Day. If we've got enough info together, we could have a dedicated booth for,
We just at least need to have some kind of, if we're gonna.
We should.
This river, we gotta have some, we have a meeting before then, so, two.
Well, and I think it'd be good too, I mean, just, from our presence of, we did a lot of work on that, and it'd be great to be at the skate park.
The skate park, yeah.
Plant a tree and, get feedback on it, and then also just, go back into if we have anything for the river bend or what.
Well, if we're gonna have a May 4th come.
Oh, yeah, then we're gonna have
It's
it,
a week later, so
Yeah.
we better have something. Or we-
hopefully.
Enough said.
But the only thing I'd just say, I mean, without Shannon here, but I'd just say if we're gonna have that at our Arbor Day, and we're gonna have an open house and community tent set up, just from a professional standpoint, she may be able to describe her existing conditions and concerns better than we can if we're showing it at the Arbor Day. Just because I've gotten into
Arbor
it
Day is
before.
to advertise.
Yeah.
Advertise for it.
Yep.
For the
Okay.
May 4th.
I was going to say, we're not going to have material to show anyone.
No.
We're just going to advertise for it.
Advertise, we're gonna have a
Okay.
meeting about it.
Yeah, much better
Enough
that
said.
way.
Yeah.
Okay, I was going to say, I'm like, yeah, we'll have material, but I don't want to talk about it.
Right.
I want her to talk about it. Okay.
Awesome.
Okay.
before it happens.
All right, meeting adjourned. I gotta hit it again, right?